Hello, welcome to the third installment, fourth, whatever it is, third chapter. We on the third chapter today. Glad you're joining me. Glad you're sticking through with this giant series of college music level lessons for free. We're on close to my favorite chapter. We're leading up to one of my favorite chapters. This is like the intro to one of my favorite chapters. Anyhow, look at my duckies. You see my duckies over there? Beautiful. Beautiful duckies. This chapter is chapter 3. We're going to be introducing chord types. Basically just introducing different types of chords and how they're kind of built using intervals. So the stuff that we learned earlier about intervals should apply here. If you don't know your major scale, this would be a good time to brush up on it. Everything that we kind of learn here is sort of built upon the major scale. Beginning now and in the future, it's going to rely heavily on your knowledge of the major scale. The unison, major second, major third, perfect fourth, perfect fifth, major sixth, major seventh, then the octave. And you can learn about ninths, tenths, 11ths, 12ths, 13ths, 14ths, and 15ths, but for the most part, it's just going to stick to stuff within an octave. So it's not too big of a deal. Anyway, chapter 3, we're only going to start introducing triads and 7th chords. 7th chords was scary. Big and spooky 7th chords. Triads and 7th chords. 7th chords can be thought of as just like an extended triad. Quadrad. What would you call it? A quadratic? If triad is 3 and diad is 2, then quadrad would be 4, and pentad would be 5 if you have a ninth on there, like an extended with a ninth. All right. You know, the number 3 really brings up a lot of emotions. I don't know. Especially looking at these duckies. Oh, man. My beautiful duckies. I'm trying not to sidetrack, but check out these beautiful duckies. I raised some of these 3 duckies. Look at my 3 duckies getting older. Isn't that beautiful? Oh. Oh, I miss my 3 duckies so much. Oh, I really do. All right, Romanos. It's not about your duckies, Romanos. Chapter 3, triads. We're going into triads. Before we get into all that, I'm going to do a little refresher about what we did last chapter and where we're at right now. Okay, so in the first chapter, they taught us about the y-axis, the vertical, the pitch. The second chapter, they taught us about the x-axis, time. Now, they're going to start building, on chapter 3, they're building the x-axis. And then they're going to take these chords that we learn and put them in order. In the fourth chapter, they're going to plot them along the y-axis in time. And then from there, they're going to show you, after chapter 4, they're going to show you which chords go with each other, which chords precede and succeed each other, how chords are selected and how they are connected. Fun stuff. This is where it starts to get fun. Before it starts to get fun, I'm going to get a little boring. We got to get a little boring. Some stuff about notating that I kind of, again, I didn't really forget to mention it, but like I just chose not to because it's a little early. But now we're getting into some areas where it's necessary to mention some of this stuff. First thing I want to talk about is breathing. Breathing. I mentioned last chapter that it's something about music is felt in here and known up here. Okay? Now, rhythm is something that is truly felt. So this is about chapter 2 now. This is about all the stuff we learned in the last video. Rhythm is more important than pitch because rhythm is what pitch is made out of. If you know anything about pitch, pitch is like a vibration. It's like a rate of vibration. So the rate at which a sound vibrates. So the rhythm of the pitch, if it's a fast rhythm, it's a high pitch. If it's a slow rhythm, it's a slow pitch. Low pitch. So rhythm actually makes up pitch. Rhythm supersedes pitch. Rhythm is more important than pitch. You could have a crap pitch and make a nice rhythm out of it. There's no pitch there. Not really. But you can't have kind of nice pitch with no rhythm. You can, but it lacks a certain aspect of, creativity. Even then, when you're playing pitch, when you have nice pitch, the pitch is, like we said, the pitch is made up of rhythm. So it's just, you cannot escape it. The rhythm is there whether you like it or not. Rhythm supersedes pitch. It's more fundamental than pitch. Rhythm is king. Okay. When you have a rhythm, it makes you breathe in a certain way. Rhythm and music. Some people say music has no effect on people. It's all in your head, and blah, blah, blah. That ain't true. A sound calls for an action. When you hear a sound in real life, it calls for your attention. A sound is an impulse in your ear. It's an electric impulse. Turns out there's some theory going around that sound is like imaginary. I think it's true. Sound is imaginary. It doesn't really exist outside of our head. But our ears translate the sound into an electric impulse that we feel. So when we hear a sound, it's triggering our body's response to process it. It's forcing us to process it. Whether you think you can just ignore sounds or not, I don't think that's true. You can't ignore sounds unless you have some sort of hearing loss. But when you hear a sound, it triggers an impulse. And that impulse, if it's organized in a nice rhythm, it will make you move accordingly. If it's pleasing to the ear, if it's mathematically correct, it'll make you move. If the harmony's there, it'll ring nicely. Sound and music especially, I think there's a proven science that music has an effect on your body. Music therapy is real. All right? When you have a rhythm at a certain BPM, we talked about that last chapter, at a certain tempo, it affects your heart rate. I notice when I'm playing music, my heart rate lines up to the BPM. I've felt it before. Go ahead and try it. If you guys at home play music, guys or girls, you play music, try it out. After you play the song, or even halfway through the song, if you just stop and check your heartbeat, it'll be on tempo. It's pretty cool. That's why people like upbeat music when they exercise and all that stuff. Upbeat music. We talked about that last chapter too. Upbeat music. It quite literally controls your heart rate. You don't even have to take my word for it or your word for it. There's so many studies that choirs synchronize their breathing and their heart rate when they're singing. And even further, I notice when I make mistakes, when I'm playing, and I flub a note, or flub something, or flub a timing, I notice that my heart rate, there are times that I vividly remember my heart skipping a beat. It's like, not in a painful or a bad way, but I notice when I flub a rhythm, my heart rate was not lined up with it. It's extremely, what drummers do is extremely hard. It's extremely hard. Drummers feel a rhythm in their entire body. They become the rhythm. It's not just their hands. It's their entire body. Drummers are really cool. So, and vocalists line up their breathing as well. Or singer-songwriters, people who sing and play the guitar or sing and play the piano, even people who sing and play drums. Like, I think the guy from that band, the Eagles, does that. I'm not sure. I know that the Rev from Avenged Sevenfold, rest in peace, he used to do that. He would play some insane drums with crazy fills. Like, I'm talking insane fills. I don't play drums, so I don't know all the details about it, but people on the internet go nuts. Like, I know that the dude's a good drummer based on how many people like praise his technique and stuff, and he's in there on live shows singing and scream singing. On top of that, fills, drum fills and vocal fills. Now that's insane. That is insane. You're lining up what you feel in here and what you know in here. That is truly a gifted individual. So, 100%, rhythm has an effect, music has an effect on your heart rate and your breathing patterns. It's true. Okie dokie. Next. What else did I mention in the last video? Yeah. Let me open up Paint here. Bye-bye, duckies. Get emotional when I see those duckies. So, I talked about the 9/8 rhythm. We remember when we were talking about duple, triple, and quadruple? The 2/4, 3/4, and 4/4. And then the compound versions of those, you just multiply these top numbers by 3. That would be 6/4, 9/4, or 12/4. So this 9/4, I wanted to talk about that a little bit more, but I forgot completely. So some of this stuff has and I'm sure you've heard about this, has religious connections. Music kind of started for religious purposes somewhat, especially like hardcore, written music. They really developed a lot of music when it came to writing for the church. So, sorry if everybody's a different religion or whatever, but for the church specifically, there's so much documentation where people would write music for the man above, the woman above, whoever's above, in Christian churches. And in that religion, I took First Communion, but I'm not too familiar with all that kind of stuff. I'm not too deep into that. They apparently didn't like this devil fellow. They didn't like this devil fellow at all. He's not a good being. Even though God made him or something. So what's that all about? Why would you make an evil being, God? Why? Why, God? Why? So, this devil guy, apparently his big number was the number 6. So they would avoid a lot of things that had to do with the number 6. They would stick with things that had the number 3 in them, referring to the Trinity. I think it's the Holy Spirit, I don't remember. I'm sorry. It's been a while. But the Trinity, the Holy Ghost, the Spirit, and the man. I'm not even going to try. All right. So the Trinity. And the Trinity, draw a triangle here. The Trinity is kind of this Triforcey. It truly is like a perfect shape. Like, they would try to make music that was perfect. Not only would it be in a triple time signature, it would be in a compound triple time signature. So they would use 9/8 because it had 3 groupings of 3. Okay? Isn't that neat? A lot of religious music had this whole dealio in there, this 9/8 thing. And regardless of your religious beliefs or not, or whatever connections you want to draw out of this, 9/8 sounds cool as heck, man. Sorry, that's probably a bad analogy. Not cool as heck. It sounds super awesome. How about that? 9/8 sounds super awesome. 9/8 is legit. No matter who you are, if you hear something in 9/8, you can't help but just feel it. You know what I mean? 9/8, it has this geometrical kind of perfectness to it. Yeah, that geometrical perfectness, that can't be denied. Yeah. So not only would they love 9/8, they'd avoid, I'm sure you've heard of this, something called the tritone. Because they'd call it the devil's interval. Why? If you go back to my charty chart, the tritone is made up of 6 half steps. So 6 half steps. And what's weird, it's made up of 3 whole tones. So you'd think like, hey, they could just kind of like go like, hey, 3 whole tones. But 6 half steps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right there. If I play that in the mirror 3 times, you'd summon something. Ugh. I can feel it. I can feel his fingers crawling on my shoulders. All right. So yeah, these intervallic kind of things have meaning, and it's going to come up. The reason I'm talking about this is because it's going to come up in this chapter. Intervals play heavy in this chapter. All this stuff about building chords in chapter 3 comes from intervals. So, while we're here, talking about intervals, might as well jump back to the first kind of chapter. I made a little chart. Go over here to Learnings. Go to LSN for lesson. I made a little charty chart about the clefs, some common clefs that you'll find, because we're going to start running into them a lot. A Although for these video purposes, I'll probably try to just stick with basic treble clef, maybe a bass clef. But these are some clefs that you'll run into. I put the grand staff and the C4 on the grand staff, how you can... I'll talk about this in a second. But yeah, here's some variations. If you see a treble with the number 8 on top, it means it's up 1 octave. If you see a treble with the number 8 on the bottom, it's down 1 octave. It's self-explanatory. Something I want to say about this guy right here. So if you see a treble clef with the number 15 on top or the bottom or whatever, it's altering it by 2 octaves. And you may be thinking like, well, why 15? Like, isn't a 15th different? They use 15 because if you think about it, when you rate, a lot of people ask the question, they'll be like, oh, why isn't it 16? Because 8 times 2 is 16. Well, 8 is actually the first of the next octave. So it's all kind of down by 1. Math, blah, blah, blah. It's a number 15. If you count up to 2 octaves, you'll hit the number 15, not 16. All right. Just want to clear that up. That question comes up so frequently. So the reason I'm talking about some of these clefs is because I wanted to kind of talk about key signatures again. I'm not sure how often it's going to bring up key signatures. I'm going to try to keep it as simple as possible, some basic keys. I'm not going to throw all these weird keys at you. This is just, more of a basic explanation of this textbook. In the book, they throw all the keys they can at you to try to get you familiar with everything. Have to understand that, all right? And it does get easy. After they throw all these keys at you, really, it's extremely easy. You'll start to realize that all the keys are the same. They're all the same. When you view keys, you stop thinking about, which one's flat and which one's sharp and what. You just start thinking about, well, where's the do? Where's the 1? What line or space is the 1 on? And after that, everything else is just kind of visual. I see a lot of people when they're writing melodies, they'll kind of do this thing where if they have like long melody, boop, 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 whatever. Quality of this doesn't matter. So if they go like this and the melody kind of goes like this, they'll sit there and they'll write out. They'll be like, oh, E, D, C, D, E, C, E. If you're doing that, if you're doing this kind of thing and you're still reading it like this, I mean, you're at where you're at. You're at where you're at. There's no shortcuts. But you have to realize if you're still reading this stuff like this, you're missing the entire point of written music. The entire point of written music is to eliminate that stuff, to see it visually for just what it is. Just what it is. Boop, 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 boop. Just visually, it should be super easy. It's designed to be easy. Kind of. Just want to say that. If you're still reading and writing your note names, all like that, plan to change up your game. Because when you're, I'll tell you, when you start getting into stuff with like lot of notes, lot of notes, something like this. Something like that. You are going to be like how? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Write E, G, E, E, G, D, E, F, maybe sharp, A, C. What are you going to do? Like write out every single chord for every single Notehead. And then, okay, so you write out every single chord. That's actually an exercise in this book where you have to write out all the note names of all the chords, and da-da-da-da-da. So then what are you going to do? Are you going to read all these? E, G, E, G, E, huh? E, G, huh? E, G, E, E. Okay, next, E, G, D. Okay, next, F, A, C. Okay, next, F, A, D. Okay, next, F, A, E. It's like you really at that point, it's like you're already processing so much information. Why can't you just process the dots? The dots are like telling you visually, like, I still see, this is why I mentioned, I still seen people in college doing that on their sheet music. I have no idea how or why. Unless they're like practicing, like just practicing. But no, there are people who are like, I can't read it unless I write it out for myself in letters and then play the letters. They completely ignored the dots and stems on the staff, and they read the letters. That is wild. That is wild to me. Like, you're processing so much information at that point. Why don't you just... Okay. One thing that I forgot to mention in the last chapter, there's a little bit of a sidetrack. So when you have just like a dot, for example, so if you have a note, I'll do it on a different staff. 1, 2, I'll make it super big so everybody can see. So if you have a note here, and you have a note here, and you have to make these rhythms dotted, the dot always goes in the space. You'll never put a dot on the line. Okay? The dot is never on the line. You're never going to obscure the dot. Don't obscure the dot. When you have a note like this, it can get close to the line, but it should clearly be separated from the line. Because we were talking about dots last time, and I figure, talking about the proper way how to write all this stuff, you should know how to write dots correctly. And another thing, the staccato dots. So sometimes you'll see staccato dots like this. So you'll see 2 dots on there. Now, it's definitely okay to put your staccato dots within the staff itself, within the 5 lines on the staff. But if you have room, you want to make it usually above. Above is the primary place to put the staccato marks and the accents and the tenutos. Even that's out of order. You should really write it like this. Tenuto goes on the bottom, this goes over there, and then the dot goes on the top. But it doesn't matter that much. But the accents typically should be above or below the staff. And if you want to be specific, what I've seen typically is it's away from the stem, if possible. So if the stem is going up, see, even here, I'm breaking my own rules. I made this stem going up, even though it's above the midpoint of the staff. Whatever. So if this stem is going up, then you might want to think about putting the staccato mark down at the bottom. Okay? Because there's room for it. There's more room for it. You don't want to waste a bunch of headroom, because you have a little bit room above and a little bit room below by default. Because the clef, that's what you call this thing. The clef extends above and below the staff lines a little bit. So you have a little bit of room here. But if you have something like, if you have stems pointing upward or downward, you may be writing a multi-part thing, a multi-part score. So the stems up or downward, let's say the stem was going down. Perfect. You write your marking above the staff. But if you have the stem going up and there's more notes below, let's say there's even more notes below, then you probably want to keep the staccato mark going up instead of having it go away from the stem. You feel? And when you have a dotted rhythm like this, you'd have to put the dots on all of these guys. But this staccato mark affects, it affects everybody underneath. So you'd have to put multiple rhythmic dots, but only one accent modifier. This accent modifier modifies everything under here. You know what I'm saying? If you wanted just one note to be staccato, which typically will not happen, I mean, it could happen, then you may want to separate that melody onto a different staff, or you're going to want to make your... Or you're going to resort to some convoluted staff writing where you put some dots either above, constantly above, and then you have like tenutos below. Or you'll put the staccato mark specifically in between these two notes, and it's going to be convoluted as hell, and it's not going to really convey anything important. The better way to do that would be to write. Now, it's different for every accent mark, but instead of having like that, and then having a dot on it, you can just, because this, see, it's weird. So this dot up here halves the rhythmic value of this quarter note. If you have a staccato up here, this quarter note really becomes an eighth note with an eighth rest. So this is where it starts to get convoluted and up to interpretation. So these guys down here are still going to be quarter notes. But this guy right here is going to now be an eighth note. See? And you're going to rate the entire top rhythm in a different rhythmic value, which gets convoluted as heck and hard to read. All right, enough about that. The reason I'm talking about that in particular, it has to do with, I'll try to bring up an example here. It has to do with reading. So I have on my librettism page, if you scroll past all these words, which are pretty much unimportant, no, I didn't write them for any reason at all. A good example is this Barber of Seville overture. So I'm going to pull up this example. Sorry, copyright, blah, blah, blah. Actually, it might be free at this point. It might be open license. Either way, it's only one snippet, so whatever. So as you can see here, yeah, this is a pretty good example. So you see how even in this score, instead of putting staccato on all these and this line up here, see the alto clef has staccato marks on it. And this other treble clef has staccato marks on it. But this treble clef in the midpoint, it's just rests. Like they physically write out the rests. Couldn't they just put quarter notes with a staccato mark on it? The answer is yes, they could. But when you have a written out rhythm with a more intent, like a more intentional rhythm, you want it to be played. You want that cutoff to be defined. Because sometimes people don't define the staccato. They'll just play it as short as they can rather than being half a note and half a rest. Instead of doing the perfect staccato, they'll just go just a short little boink, 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 boink. So that's a pretty good example of that. And look at that. You'll even see an example of a dotted. Can I zoom in more? Not a lot. This is a dotted rhythm with an accent on it. Look at that. So, again, the reason I'm bringing this up is because some people have trouble, that's me, I have trouble reading multiple clefs at the same time. And it gets a little easier, but it never got easy for me, you know? So if you're not there, have no fear. Sometimes it's just really hard depending on what instrument you play. Like, probably comes from my lack of piano knowledge, my lack of piano practice, lack of piano reading. Reading just even a grand staff, just with two different clefs on it, is difficult for me. Now, reading something like this, like an orchestral score, oh gosh, forget about it. Maybe we could find even a larger example. Yeah. Something like this, man, oh man. I mean, when I see this, I start I start getting scared and nervous. Like, how am I supposed to read all this if it's not one line at a time? I still have to read it one line at a time, to be perfectly honest. But what I've come to realize and what helps me is to avoid. So before, when I was talking about these clefs, I remember in chapter 1 I was talking about these clefs and how the piano, you can see how the piano is split up. And when you have something like this, boop, 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 boop. This is a grand staff, a really poorly drawn grand staff. Let's say you have a melody that goes up and then down. Doesn't have to be accurate. This is just for visual demonstrations. But then, up in the treble section, you have a melody that goes down and then back up. Maybe not that much. Maybe not that much. Like this. Just down a few and then back up. So even though that this grand staff, you like that grand staff? Even though this grand staff, it looks like the notes are not intersecting. See? It looks like they're not intersecting. But in reality, they are. Because this middle C is only one note, one ledger line above. And the middle C over here is only one ledger line below. So by the time this thing crosses middle C, it's already in the territory of treble clef land. This all right here, all this stuff right here, is technically in treble clef land already. And it can be super duper confusing when you see that. That's why when I like to write piano clefs, because my dumb basic brain is still stuck in a guitar-centric world or whatever, in a non-piano world, when I do a grand staff, it looks like this guy right here on the far right. And I don't know if there's anything that I can do to help that for myself. But you can see here that this alto clef is right in the middle. The alto clef, where the middle C is, the C4, it's right in the middle of that C. That C lets you know that on that line is a C. The F lets you know that on that line is an F. And the G lets you know that on that line is a G. So, back in the day, and even now, when I associate this stuff, it's hard for me to translate this from two-dimensional on a screen to like something deeper. Like, let me try to explain to you guys. Somebody told me this when they were reading orchestral scores. When they see an orchestral score like this, like holy moly, imagine trying to read this part right up here. I know it's mostly just rests and stuff, but imagine trying to read this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 lines. Like how many lines? Like holy moly. Holy moly. My brain couldn't sort it out two-dimensionally. It would be like every single staff I'd have to adjust. But that's not the case. That's not the case. You're not looking at it in a two-dimensional pattern. Like, you're not looking at... I'll try to use my keyboard as an example. Look at my broken-ass keyboard. You're not looking at it as a two-dimensional graph of notes going up and across. Each one of these, you're looking at it at an angle. At an angle, okay? You're looking at it at an angle. Try to think of this stuff when you're looking at orchestral scores. You're looking down into an angular perspective. And these notes are coming up at you, toward you. They have depth. They have a depth to them. It's not just flat on a 2D paper. It is. But you have to use your brain, use that magical power that your brain has called visualization. That's what all this stuff is, visualization. There's no reason that you can't just further visualize 2D music on a page in a 3D fashion. Each one of these lines, these clefs, staves, has their own depth to it. They're like files in a file cabinet, right? It's not just two-dimensional stack. They're files in a file cabinet, and all of them are open, and you're looking into them, and you can see them all simultaneously. So when you have, guitar music does this all the time. They'll have two treble clefs next to each other. If you have a duet, a guitar duet, it's going to be written as two treble clefs. And it's simple enough, because they're the same clef, to figure out what note is what, because you're applying the same kind of reading principles to each clef. But you have to understand that if, for example, one of these, it's a duet, right? So they're going to have like guitar harmonies. If these harmonies start, let's just say on B, whatever. If one of them starts on B and goes up, and then this one starts on D and goes up, a lot of people have no problem reading that. But what you have to know is that it's not stacked. If you can visualize this as not being stacked on top of each other. A lot of people visualize two treble clefs like this. They'll visualize it as one. So this clef with these notes on it, overlaid on top of each other, they're going to visualize it like this, even though it's two separate clefs. But that's not always how you want to visualize it, especially when, damn, they're mixing alto clefs. There's an alto clef viola. There's a viola in here. They have treble clefs. If I'm not mistaken, they have stuff written in different keys. I might be wrong, but some instruments read in different keys. So you'll have like different key signatures even. Different key signatures in the same piece. Like I think tenor saxophone reads it like a whole step down or something like that. You're going to have totally different keys and all that. So that's what I was talking about earlier. Like when you see all these keys, this is why the book throws all these keys at you. Because the signature of the keys shouldn't matter too much. Now, I know why it messes people up when they're reading, because the half steps occur in different places. But if you figure out where that do is for the line, for the clef that you're reading, when you figure out where that do is, you won't have as much trouble. If you visualize these as a three-dimensional thing where you're peering down into them, and the notes are when they ascend, they're coming up at you in a three-dimensional plane. They're coming up at you. They're not just going across. They're coming up. Can you see that? The effect on the camera? They're coming up. I'm coming up. That way, when you view these notes as files in a folder, it'll be a lot easier for it to remove that notion that we're all stuck on, that it's a two-dimensional thing and they have to be stacked in the right order. And everything has to line up. And all the keys have to line up. And if there's two of the same clef, they have to be overlappable. No, man. No. It's like, you ever play Guitar Hero or whatever? Guitar Hero? How the notes are like coming up at you? It's kind of like that. You have to view them as different little train tracks, little stacks of train tracks. They have a three dimension to them. Okay? They're not just flat on the page. All right. I think that's enough of that. I'm not gonna even attempt to read this or have you guys read it. Just some tips. Even though it's 2D music, try to visualize it as a 3D kind of with a depth to the grid. You can reach in there and pluck each one of those lines like a string. Each one of these things just has a different tuning, that's all. Just a different tuning. If you know what note's what, if you know what note's the do, it comes easy, man. It comes real easy. I know y'all guitarists who experiment with different tunings. Y'all know what I'm talking about. I experimented with open tuning. I tried all thirds tuning for a few months, I think, or maybe like half a year, a couple semesters. I tried open fourths tuning. Man, my teachers hated me when I started doing that because they're like, I don't know how to teach you on the guitar. They're like, please play in standard tuning. And I'm like, what about standard, but if it's like a whole step down? And they're like, no, we need standard tuning. I'm like, well, what about like all major thirds so you get an augmented chord? Gosh, when I look at that, I was an asshole of a student. All right, whatever. Gosh, I remember I was playing in some funky tunings, and we were in the jazz thing, and the piano player was trying to look at my hand to try to figure out like what chords I'm playing. And I think at this point I was just in standard tuning, but a whole step down. And he was, because he played a little bit of guitar, and he was trying to like copy the chords, but he was always like a whole step off. And he's like, man, what are you doing on there? I'm like, I don't know. It's so funny. Another one, we were in the guitar ensemble so it's just guitars. And I was playing, I think it was in perfect fourths tuning. It was one of those equal tunings. And I was playing like basically like shapes and stuff going up and down. Like the chords completely change their shape when you go into perfect fourths tuning or whatever. And some of the more beginner guitarists next to me were trying to copy my fingers to see how I played a line. And they'd copy my fingers, and it would just give them even more trouble. All right. I was an unteachable kid. The only person who could teach me back then was myself. It was nuts. All right. The last thing that I want to talk about before we... it's been an hour in, and we still didn't get to chapter 3. All right. The last thing that I want to talk about is... I'll try to be super brief here, but the spelling, so we kind of touched upon it in chapter 1, the spelling of like relative minor keys. So this is something I won't go too deep in, but you have to understand. So if you have the relative minor of C major, it's A minor. Easy. Now, when you have the relative of E major, it is C sharp minor. Okay. When you have the relative of A major, it is F sharp minor. Okay, why? So why? Why is it C sharp and not D flat? Why is it F sharp and not G flat? Okay, I'll show you why. When you're spelling this stuff, C is easy enough. C, D, E, F, G, A, B, and then back to C. When you're spelling this stuff, each letter has to be accounted for. That's how all this stuff works. Each one of these letters represents a pitch. It represents one of the scale degrees in the major scale. They use letters because they didn't want to use numbers anymore, straight up. Pretty sure that's the reasoning. So when you have something that starts on E, F sharp, whatever, F sharp, G, and as a matter of fact, I'm not even going to write the sharps because it doesn't matter. G sharp, whatever. You don't have to know that it's F sharp or G sharp or whatever. But E, F, G, A, B, C, D, E. With A, you have A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and then back to A. Each letter has to be accounted for. Now, the easiest way to get from your major to your relative minor is to look at the root and go down a third. Just 2 notes. Boop, boop. So from C, you can easily see that it's A. From E, you can easily see that it's C. From A, you can easily see that it's F. So why wouldn't it be D flat? Why wouldn't it be D flat? Because then what would you call D? When you run into the D, gross. When you run into the D, what would you call it? Even though D sharp is part of the key signature, would you really want to call this D flat? So when you're reading it, it would be E, F sharp, G, A, B, D flat, D sharp, E. Where did the C go? Where did the C go? So you're just going to jump from B to D flat? How would you spell chords like chords would not look correct at all. Let's say you have a D7 chord. It would be D diminished 7, but whatever. You'd write it out as starting on D. You'd have to go F, A, and then what? D flat? So D sharp, F, A, D flat? No. A seventh chord should clearly let you know D, F, A, C. This should clearly let you know that it's a seventh chord. When you see two letters that are next to each other like that, like D and C, A and B, F and G, that's the reason why we call these C sharp and not D flat. Same reasoning for F sharp. It's the same exact reasoning for F sharp. You wouldn't want to call this G flat and then have this called G sharp. It just screws up the entire intention of the system that they're trying to convey to you. The system falls apart when you're mixing all these sharps and flats together. You have to have every single letter accounted for. All the letters have to be accounted for. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. They all represent something. If you were to translate these to numbers, think about it. If instead of letters, they used numbers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then instead of number 6 for F, you had a 7 flat. And then for G, you had a 7 sharp. So then when you're reading the numbers, it would go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 flat, 7 sharp. It just doesn't, the system breaks apart. The system all falls apart. You have to have every single letter accounted for. C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C. All right. Enough on that. Let's jump in, shall we? Only an hour in, and we're starting chapter 3. So, chapter 3. Let's get a fresh slate here. Chapter 3 is Triads and Seventh Chords. Triads and Seventh Chords. They tell you in the beginning of the book that this entire book focuses on tertian harmony, which is chords made up of thirds. Now, to have a chord, all it has to have is more than one note. So if you have a staff and it's got more than one note on it, you got yourself a chord. This is called a dyad. Dyad meaning two. Very simple. Like diode and triode. If you have a chord with 3 notes in it, well, by gosh, you have a triad. If you have a chord with 4 notes in it, I'm gonna be honest, I don't know what it's called. I guess it's called a quadrad. And then if you have a chord with 5 notes on it, like an extended chord, say it's got that 9th up there, I don't know what that's called either. Quintad? Pentad? I have no idea. The point is, all these chords are built in thirds. They're built in thirds, using tertian harmony. Tertian. And right now, they're just kind of going to get through triads. They're showing you, I don't know if you can see here on the book, write it out for you. They build a major chord, a minor chord, a diminished chord, and an augmented chord, they try to show you how a major chord has a perfect fifth, a minor chord, I'll do it like this. Minor chord also has a perfect fifth, yoink. So a major chord has a perfect fifth, a minor chord also has a perfect fifth from the top to the bottom. A diminished chord has a diminished fifth, and an augmented chord has an augmented fifth. Okay? Pretty simple. A major chord is built up of 2/3, and the distance between those 2/3 put together is let's try to make this a little bigger. A little bigger. I ain't gonna rewrite it. Boop. So the distance between these two gaps, these two intervals, has an order for all of these. And it's pretty simple. Major chord begins with a major third, and then a minor third. The minor chord is the opposite. The minor chord begins with a minor third. But it also is followed with a major third. It's pretty simple to understand. Major and minor, they're built up of major and minor intervals. The major chord has a major third in the beginning. The minor chord has a minor third in the beginning. From the first to the third. When I refer to the beginning, is the beginning interval is the first to the third. A diminished chord and an augmented chord, it's very simple to remember. Diminished chord is made up entirely of diminished thirds. So it's 2 diminished thirds right in a row. An augmented chord is made up of 2 augmented thirds right in a row. My bad. It is not diminished third. I apologize. A diminished chord is made up of 2 minor thirds in a row. 2 minor thirds in a row. An augmented chord is made up of 2 major thirds in a row. Hey, very simple. Very simple. They're trying to get you to understand these are all of the combinations that you can have when you combine a major third and a minor third. You can have 2 minor thirds, 2 major thirds, or some combination of both. And those are all the different combinations. Major, minor, diminished, and augmented. Boom, 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 boom. Pretty straightforward. A lot of people already know what they're getting into when they're talking about major and minor chords. Now, they go on to notate the chords. I don't think that's necessary. I'll do it anyway, whatever. So you got boom, 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 boom. I'll use the same exact example they got. G. G. 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So, the G major, just like that, G major. A G minor, the third is flattened. That's essentially what happens. You're taking that major third and you're flattening it, which squishes the first interval between the first and the third note of the chord, and it extends the third and the fifth interval. The interval between the third and the fifth. Diminished chord since you have a minor third in the beginning, you also have a minor third in the second interval. See? So what that essentially does is it squishes, diminishes that chord. It squishes the entire thing. A augmented chord, an augmented chord, whatever. An augmented chord kind of does the opposite. It extends the entire chord. You stretch it out vertically. So this major third interval in the beginning between the first and the third degrees of the chord is already there. That's a major third already. What that means for this minor third, see, in the major chord, if this was just left as it is, it would be a major chord. And this interval between the third and the fifth is a minor third. Well, we want this to be a major third. So what happens there? We augment that fifth. Okay? We're stretching that out. A little thing about sharps and flats. Typically, when you see a flat note, the resolution of that note wants to go down. Down, okay? When you see a sharp note, the resolution of that note wants to go up. It wants to go up, okay? When I see a minor chord like this, or any chord with a flat on it, with an accidental on it, I'm thinking immediately that this accidental wants to resolve here. And this accidental right here, this lowered fifth, wants to resolve down here. When I see this augmented chord like this with a sharp in it, I'm thinking this wants to resolve up to the sixth of the chord. So I know it's a little weird, this line sucks, but technically this is an E. So this D sharp wants to go to an E. Even with a major chord, even though it's not written, this B is technically a sharp, sort of. It's a sharpened third. So this third technically wants to go up. This third wants to go up to become a fourth. It's only a half step away. All right. Enough about that. It's just how chords are built. A little bit about sharps and flats. Now, when we talk about these notes, when we talk about the notes within the chord, again, to avoid confusion, we have to refer to them by something specific. So they're not called, a scale degree. Because a chord can have any note of any scale degree. The third of a chord doesn't always have to be the third scale degree. You have to refer to it as the third of the chord or the fifth of the chord. And oftentimes, we won't say the first of the chord. That's pretty much incorrect. We would say the root of the chord. It has a root. Try to write it here. Root, a third, and a fifth. A root, a third, and a fifth. And then later you'll find that seventh chords have a seventh, and extended jazzy chords have a ninth, or a 13th. I'm sure you've seen those. Or an 11th. So, the root, the third, and the fifth. Get comfortable with that, because it's going to come into play. I guess I'll play these examples for you. A G major sounds like this. In root position. I want to play all these in root position. As a matter of fact, I'll play them in the correct octave, whatever, too. So we got a major, a minor, a diminished, and augmented. As you can see, the augmented wants to resolve kind of upward. Not in this context. In this context, when I played it, it kind of wants to resolve down. But that's because it sounds like it's, when played in this context, it sounds like it's a borrowed flatted sixth from a minor mode. But by itself in a vacuum, it wants to resolve upward. All right, whatever. These chords are the foundation. These basic, little tiny tertian chords are the foundation of everything of what's to come. Remember that. You may think this is just a little dinky old major triad, just a dinky old minor. The foundation of everything. I'm telling you. Trust me on this. If you get yourself familiar with these little triads, you can build anything. These are the building blocks. These 4 different combinations. Now, by golly, if you were to take these 4 different chords, you were to take, actually, any old chord. If you were to take any old chord, let's stick with this little G major we got going on here. We're in the key of G. And you stick a third on top of that. So now you don't just have 3 thirds, you have 4 thirds in a row. That's the basis of all 7th chords. They're not that scary. Just 1 extra note, right? You understood the previous 4 examples pretty easy, yeah? Just 1 extra note here. It's not too scary. Now, when you consider... So the last example were all the different combinations of major and minor third intervals. Just 2 of them, right? When you consider that this has 1 extra interval to throw into the equation of how many different possibilities can there be, well, man, there's a lot. So now you have major thirds, minor thirds, and then yet another. It could be a major third, it could be a minor third, it could be a diminished third, it could be an augmented third, on top of all of these 4. So I guess 12 different combinations, right? Because there's 4 different types of chords: major, minor, diminished, and augmented. And you're adding 4 more different possibilities of third interval on top of that. So you multiply all this by 4. This could be major, minor, diminished, or augmented. This could be major, minor, diminished, or augmented. This could be major, minor, diminished, or augmented, or this could be major, minor, diminished, or augmented. When referring to the interval on top of the basic triad. So that's 12 different types of seventh chords. Do you have to know all of them? Yes. Yes and no. The book only delves into 5 different ones, so I'm just going to stick with the 5 that they show. All right. We got We got 5 different ones, and I guess they put them in the key of A now. I'll stick with A. I'll keep with what the book is doing. Usually, when the book gives examples, it gives them in a certain key for a certain reason. So, we have the major 7th, something called the major minor 7th, the minor 7th. I'll keep going here. Boop. And then they talk about only 2 different types of diminished. They don't go into augmented sevenths at all. Okay, they're keeping it simple on you. They don't talk about minor, major sevenths, all that stuff. I'll explain all this. That's interesting. They put the half diminished chord. Okay. So major 7th, major minor 7th, a minor 7th. They go into a half diminished 7th. This is the symbol for half diminished. And then a fully diminished 7th chord. Okay? So, a lot of people will be like major minor 7th right off the bat. They're like, WTF. Why would you call it that? Well, I'll get into that in 1 second. So we got your major 7th. Got a C sharp in there, right? A, C sharp, E, and then G sharp. Sounds nice. Major minor 7th. So what this is a major chord with a minor 7th. This is natural. This is just natural G. G natural. Now, a lot of people will be like, oh, that ain't no major minor 7th. That's an A7. That's an A dominant 7th chord. My God, that's an A dominant. You're right, yes. But the real name is major minor 7th. I'll talk about that some more after I get through these. A minor 7th. So this is, everybody knows what a minor 7th chord is beautiful. Got your natural up on there. It was hard to play this in root position on the guitar. Bit of a stretch. I don't know if you can see that stretch in the camera. That is brutal. But it sounds so wonderful. So, then you have a half diminished. Half diminished is interesting. So a half diminished is also known as a minor 7, flat 5. So this chord is the same as a minor 7th chord, only you're flatting the 5th. How easy is that? This is going to be also a little bit weird to play in root position, but we'll give it a shot. For sure you've heard that chord before too. Man, look at that pinky stretch. Ugh. You see that in the camera there? Holy lordy. All right. And then you got good old fully diminished 7th. Everybody knows what this sounds like. That has not only a flatted 5th, but also a flatted 7th. Let me kind of get into these. Oh, should I play the diminished 7th? Oh gosh, that is like that isn't even difficult. That is a more difficult stretch. Woof. Using the side of my index finger there. Typically, people play like this. And you'll see a lot of people do that little diminished, the fully diminished trick where they slide it up and down 4 frets, 3 frets, whatever. Because all the notes are the same. It's a symmetrical chord. So, I hope you see the pattern here. Major 7th to dominant 7th, whatever, major minor 7th, to minor 7th, to half diminished 7th, and then fully diminished 7th. They're altering one note every time. So here they lower the 7th, here they lower the 3rd, here they lower the 5th, and then here they lower the 7th again. See how that works? Let me talk a little bit about why they're calling this the major minor 7th and not just dominant 7. So when you write this, technically you could just write a 7th, okay? But realistically, all of these major and minor 7th chords are actually major 7th. This is really, this is major 7th. And really, this minor 7th chord here is a minor with a minor 7th. It's actually MM7. But they don't write it like that because it's like laborious. Because there does exist a minor major 7th chord. See it frequently actually in jazz. There it is right there. I believe, oh man, what is that Jason Mraz song? One of them has it in there. If I recall it sometime in a future video, I'll put it in there, but the point is even Jason Mraz uses it. He's like a pop guy. He's known to be a pop guy. So you'll find these chords popping up not only in jazz, these more odd chords. You'll find it in popular music too. These chords are pretty common. So a major 7th is your good old major 7th chord. Your major minor 7th is like a dominant. It's like a dominant 7th chord. They call it a dominant 7th chord for reasons we will explain in semester 3, around chapter 13-ish, 15-ish, 16-ish, somewhere around there. We'll explain the dominant 7th chords. Or it might even turn up in the part writing section in part 2, chapter 5, 6, 7, something like that. But major minor 7th is like a dominant 7th. The minor 7th chord, well, everybody loves that chord. Everybody loves that chord. The half diminished 7th is interesting. the half diminished seventh is a diminished chord with a minor seventh, not a diminished seventh. Okay? So, backing up here. When they refer to these sevenths, you remember what I was talking about when you stack a third on top of the entire chord? Okay? These symbols down here, when they say major, minor, seventh, minor, seventh, they're not referring to the tonality or the quality, the modifier of the stacked third. Just because this has a third stacked on top of it, they're not going to call it a minor third whatever stack. They're going to refer to the seventh. These modifiers right here, when it says major, minor, seventh, this is actually referring to the interval of the seventh. If you recall, a normal triad has the interval of a fifth. Well, a seventh chord has the interval of a seventh. So that's what this secondary modifier is referring to here. When you say seventh, like E major 7, that major is actually referring to the seventh. Otherwise, you just call it an E7. It's a regular seventh. Now the whole word, so you can even have a major minor seventh. It's just not common. But if you had it is common. That is the dominant seventh. You could have a minor major seventh. It's just not as common as these three. And when you refer to a half diminished seventh, this is kind of like, they'd call it a diminished minor seventh. Now, the reason they use half diminished is because it's kind of like a misnomer. It's hard to elaborate what you mean when you say diminished minor seventh chord. Even though I don't think it's that difficult. But if you were to use this in context, as in saying this to another musician, hey, play a diminished minor seventh chord, it just wouldn't register with them. This is more common. When you say a minor seventh with a flat 5, minor seventh, flat 5. Okay? And the same kind of dealio here, when you say diminished seventh, what this actually is a diminished chord with a diminished seventh. So instead of saying diminished seventh, or even writing it like diminished seventh, because that would be a misnomer as well, you would just call it fully diminished seventh. If you were to call it a diminished seventh and to notate it like this, it would be confusing because people might think you're referring to something called doubly diminished. Do you remember that? Doubly diminished? And it is not a doubly diminished seventh. That is something different. A doubly diminished seventh, if I'm not mistaken, is a fifth. It's not a sixth like it is here. Or I think it's a minor sixth or something like that. Regardless, it's not the same as a singular diminished seventh. Okay? This diminished seventh. Now remember what I was talking about, enharmonic, when I'm talking about those relative minor keys. Right? Why do they call it F sharp minor. Why is the relative of A major F sharp minor and not G flat? Same dealio with this guy right here. Why would they call this? What? So if this is A, C, E, G flat, why wouldn't they just call this F sharp? It's the opposite problem that we have for the key signatures, right? So if the relative minor of A major, A, right there, is F sharp, backwards, whatever. The relative major is F sharp. Why wouldn't you call this G flat and F sharp? That makes no sense. Or does it? It does. It does 100%. It makes 100% sense. An F sharp, when compared to the root, which is A, is a sixth. It is the interval of a sixth, a major sixth. The modifier doesn't really matter, but it is a sixth. Okay? This G flat, when compared to the root of A, is a diminished seventh. Now, they are enharmonic, and they sound exactly the same. But for spelling purposes, you'd want to call this note here as a seventh, because that's what it's functioning as. Remember what I said about function? The enharmonic spellings denote the function. Okay? What is it functioning as? It's functioning as a seventh. A seventh. Because the A, the root, an octave up, is right there. Right there. One note away. One note away, baby. It has a specific function. So, this diminished seventh, if you were to invert the interval, remember in the little charty chart, when you invert a diminished, it becomes an augmented. When you revert the number of the interval, you have to use the rule of nines. So this would become an augmented second. Do you recall? So even though this fully diminished seventh chord has A and F sharp, I guess you could call it an F sharp, in it, it's not really F sharp. Because F sharp is a minor third away from the root. It's a minor third below, which means it's the relative minor. Now you can use harmonic tricks and say, oh yeah, I meant to modulate to the relative minor, whatever. Yes, of course you can use it as a trick, as a common tone to get to the relative minor. But realistically, right now, this diminished seventh chord by itself has a functioning augmented second in there. This is going from A to G flat. Make no mistake, this is going from A to G flat, okay? If you want to use this enharmonic equivalent as a pivot point to go to the relative minor, by all means, go for it. But just know that alone, by itself, with no harmonic implication, this is an augmented second, not a minor third. There are some benefits to this. When you have an augmented second, it lets you know immediately, where the root note is. Whenever you see this G flat, if you know that the chord is a fully diminished chord and you see a G flat in there and you're like, what in the heck? The key signature has an F sharp. Boom, boom, boom. Right there, you're like, oh, that's a diminished whatever, and the root is only one note away, just one dot, boop, just one dot. That's the benefit of seeing this kind of music like that. Okay? When you see it written like this, and you see some weird accidentals because it's a diminished chord, you'll start to pick up on it. That this stuff, these dots are trying to help you. They're trying to help you visually immediately figure out where the root is, where the third is, where the fifth is, that kind of thing. Okay? It's there to help you. Now, while we are on the topic of diminished chords, dive into the rabbit hole a little bit. Diminished chords act as I've been told this analogy, they act as a revolving door. Diminished chords, because they're so tricky, these diminished chords, they have all sorts of, first of all, it's symmetrical, which opens up so many possibilities. It's a symmetrical chord. Every single interval here is a minor third. It's a stack of minor thirds. Kind of. Enharmonically equivalent with minor thirds. Not to go back on what I said. This is actually an augmented second. But it's enharmonically equivalent with minor thirds all the way up and down. So you can use that. Like I said before, the guitarists, you'll see guitarists do this all the time. They'll just go right up and down. Boop, 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 boop. What is that other thing? You'll see guitarists, they'll use that trick of it's the same shape. It's the same shape and they'll just translate it up 3 frets at a time. It's an easy trick, okay? It's often overused, but it's an easy trick to get you from one key to another. It's a revolving door. It's beautiful. It really is. Now, I assume why they gave you these 5, I'm zooming out a little bit, why they gave you these 5 chords, the major 7, the dominant 7, the minor 7, the half diminished 7, and then the diminished 7, whatever that is. I'm assuming they gave you these 5 chords because they occur naturally in the diatonic sequences, which we will learn in the next chapter. So these 5 7th chords, there's a little grouping of 7th chords, come in heavy, 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 heavy later. Heavy. Make friends with them. Okay? Just for the sake of completion, if you're not familiar with how these chords are really built in half steps and whole steps or whatever, I'm going to go through all 5 of them. This major 7th chord is equal to a major chord with, I shouldn't use the plus symbol. I might get confusing with augmented. It's a major chord with a major third stacked on top of it. The major minor 7th, or whatever, 7th chord, dominant 7th chord, is a major chord with a minor third stacked on top of it. This minor 7th chord is a minor chord with a minor third stacked on top of it. This half diminished chord is a diminished chord, diminished triad with a minor third stacked on top of it, just like the previous two. Okay, well then what the heck is this? What the heck is the fully diminished chord? Diminished chord is special. A diminished seventh chord is equal to a diminished chord. Excuse me, I am incorrect again. I'm going to back up. A half diminished chord does not have a minor third. It has a major third. Then why is the seventh minor? Because you're lowering this fifth scale degree. So you're squishing the chord. It's almost like if a house is sinking on the foundation, the roof of the house goes down as well. So if you were to build an attic on top of that house or whatever, a third floor, fourth floor, and that foundation has sunk, that roof is going to sink as well. So, pardon my mistakes. It's been a while since I just build chords like these. It's all just shapes, colors up here. So this diminished seventh chord, fully diminished seventh chord, is a diminished triad with a minor third stacked on top. See? So, all we're doing here is putting major and minor thirds on top of chords that we already know. And you can do this all the way up. You can do this for 9th chords. You can do this for 11th chords. You can do this for 13th chords. All the way up. We'll talk about suspended chords and all that later. Those don't really come into play until you figure out what non-chord tones are, kind of. So don't worry about suspended chords. We're just worrying about, and don't even worry too much about these 7th chords that much. I'm just trying to get you familiar with the major and minor diatonic chords and a couple of the diminished diatonic 7th chords. I can't resist digging a little deeper because I did mention building 9th chords, and man, you should see some of the diagrams that I used to make. If I can dig them up, I'll dig them up and I'll show you, or I'll recreate it on here. It's kind of a chapter in and of itself, so I don't want to dig too deep, but here we go. So, if you recall, when we stack these notes on top of each other, when we stack them, you start to find all sorts of different intervals in them. So I'm going to go through the major 7th, the dominant 7th, I'll just leave it normal. It's major minor 7th, whatever you want to call it. I'm just going to give it a normal number 7. The minor 7th, the half diminished 7th, and the fully diminished 7th. So when you stack these guys, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. So when you stack these guys, it's almost like, if you want to visualize it like this, it's 100% appropriate, and it's actually encouraged. It's almost like you have 2 triads, which you do. You have 2 triads stacked on top of each other. You're not just creating a 7th interval, the interval of a 7th. You're placing 2 triads on top of each other with two overlapping tones. The third and the fifth of the bottom triad overlap with the root and the third of the next triad. So for example, if you had a C7 chord, C major 7, whatever, C major 7, that's equal to a C major with an E minor stacked on top of that third of the C major. So if you started counting your chord names, your chord notes from E, from a C major 7th chord, so C, E, G. If you started on E and said E, G, B, well, by golly, that's an E minor chord. So a C major 7th chord is a C major and an E minor put together. And you can do this for all the chords. Like I said, 9th chords, 11th chords, 14th, 15th, 13th. It's crazy. It's crazy how many. You start to realize, especially as a guitarist, this is a trick that guitarists used to use. So when they see a big old crazy chord on the jazz charts, they'll see like a G sharp augmented 13. Holy lordy, how in the hell do I play that? If you're smart and you know how these chords are built, you don't gotta play all the notes in the chord. You could just play one little triad that exists in there, don't you? So if you saw G major 7th, G major 7th chord, and you didn't have enough fingers, kind of one of the problems that I ran into when I was trying to play these half-diminished chords in root position, I was like, man, what a finger stretch. If you don't want to stretch out all your fingers, and you're trying to play a G major 7th chord, well, by golly, if you know the notes in a G major chord and just create a minor chord off the third, G, B, D, that's B, D, F sharp. B, D, F sharp. You could just play a B minor chord. Instead of G major 7, just play a B minor chord, and it'll sound funky. Hey, the bass is already probably playing G, the bass guitar, right? The bass has got the bass note covered. All you got to do is the extensions. So, that's a trick. Even piano players will use this heavy too. They'll play just like the bass with one hand, and then they'll play the rest of the chord with the right hand as like some extension. I know a lot of jazz piano players that just think of chords like this, not really as one big chord. They're just two chords overlapping each other. Okay? Okay. So, that being said, with the third and the fifth are the overlapping notes in the 7th chord. So a major chord, I'm gonna delineate the overlapping chords. They're built upon the first and the third, okay? So a major 7th chord has a major triad with an overlapping minor triad. Simple enough. A dominant 7th chord has a major triad with a diminished triad on top. Diminished triad. So that means if it's diminished, it also contains a diminished interval. The diminished fifth. Right there. Yes, it does. It absolutely does. Between the third and the 7th. The third and the 7th of a dominant 7th chord is a diminished chord. So in every single dominant 7th chord, you can find a diminished chord up in there. Interesting. With the minor 7th chord, it's simply a minor chord as the root triad, and the next overlapping triad is a major chord So that's kind of interesting. You start to see why chords sound, remember what we talked about at the end of chapter 1, dissonant and consonant. You see how this interval stuff is important? I'll explain it to you after I get through the rest of these. A half-diminished seventh chord contains a diminished chord built upon the root, and then a minor chord built upon the third. And then a fully diminished chord, as you probably already guessed, is two diminished chords stacked right on top of each other. Matter of fact, if you keep going all the way, it's pretty much four diminished chords stacked all up on each other. They all overlap because it's all symmetrical. But for the sake of this, we're only keeping two overlapping chords. So when you think about it, when you think about why does a chord sound harsh? Why does a chord sound cool? Why does a chord sound sad or somewhat harsh but somewhat sad? Think about it. A major seventh chord sounds both happy and sad at the same time, but primarily happy because it has a major chord and a minor chord in it. Isn't that cool? A dominant seventh chord sounds both happy and kind of on its side, kind of like unsure of itself. Has like a little stank on it, you know what I mean? Because it has a major sonority, beautiful, nice and happy, and then it has a diminished sonority on top. Right? A minor seventh chord has similar properties to a major seventh chord. Minor seventh chords sound nice and cool. Because they have a minor chord, primarily. It's primarily sad. But it has an aspect of, stability. It has an aspect of not giving a, you know what I mean? Because it's got that major. It's sad, but it knows it's still happy somewhere in there. So it's not fully depressed like just a minor triad. It's not just fully sad. It has aspects of happiness. It's that cool kid. See what I'm saying? The half-diminished seventh is somewhat sad, somewhat off-kilter, but it's also somewhat sad because it has that minor chord built on top. So it knows it's sad, but it doesn't really know where it's going. Now, the fully diminished seventh chord just doesn't know where it's going at. It doesn't know what it wants to be. The fully diminished, it doesn't know what it wants to be, but it knows that it doesn't know. See? Because it's symmetrical. It's completely stable upon itself. It's completely symmetrical. So when you hear the diminished chord, you're like, oh, I don't know where that wants to go. And then you hear the top diminished chord, oh, I don't know where that wants to go either. And then you put it all together. You're like, oh, I don't know where any of that wants to go. And when you consider that trick that they use for those diminished chords, I kind of didn't play that. I played it incorrectly. It's hard for me to shift in this chair. But yeah, when you consider they start using that trick as a revolving door to start branching out into different keys, that diminished chord is a fully diminished chord is a perfect pivot point to branch into different keys. When you consider that they use that sonority as kind of like a chord where it's like, I don't know what I want to be, it makes total sense. It doesn't know where it wants to be, but it knows that it doesn't know anymore. So, you'll find half diminished chords in a lot of jazz songs where it's playing with minor or major tonalities. You'll find minor seventh chords in a lot of kind of like pop-ish tunes that sound cool. You'll find a lot of dominant seventh chords in the blues. Because it's kind of like happy, but it also doesn't know where it wants to go. Makes perfect sense when you think about blues music. It kind of sounds like happy, but it also has that element of like, I don't know if this is, it's kind of funky, you know? And obviously the major minor seventh, or the major major seventh, has that feeling of just, it's beautiful, but at the same time, kind of sad. It's like looking at the sunset. You know, it's blue. The sky is blue, but it has elements of orange and pink and red and melancholy and purple and all sorts. It has everything, a little bit of everything in there. So when you're listening to these sonorities and you know what chords are playing, you can kind of pick it out with your ear. You can pick it out if you know what to listen for. You can pick it out if you go back and study those triads. If you know your major, your basic 3-note triads, major, minor, diminished, sometimes augmented. Augmented might come up later. But even just major, minor, and diminished is fine. You can start building a whole hell of a lot of sonorities when you start stacking them on top of each other like that. It really is cool when you start thinking about overlapping chords. All right, we'll see what's next in the book here. So what's next in the book here? Well, it's kind of a lot. I might want to chop up this video into 2 sections, but you know what? We'll go right through it. We'll try our best as we can to get right through it, because there's not much left. All it goes through is inversions, figured bass, and then lead sheet symbols, and it gives a bunch of good examples. To be honest, I would love to go through these examples, but it's a bit much. It's a bit much. There's not that many words, but there's a ton of examples that it gives. Like I said, go and get yourself a copy of this book and work through the examples yourselves. As much as I'd like to go and just simply work through these examples with you, it's not the same as if you pick it up and just do it yourself. If you don't want to get the book shipped to your house for $2, plus what is it, like $3 shipping? Then I got a workbook somewhere that may or may not be available somewhere on the Google Drive. And if it's not available on the Google Drive, you can probably find it somewhere on Google itself. Yar har, yar har. I don't know if you can see some of this stuff, but it really is good. They give you like note names, they give you notes, and they tell you to fill in the root, fill in the fifth, fill in the seventh, da-da-da-da-da, stuff like that. Okay, let's begin. Inversions. So, now that we know triads and sevenths, what happens when we try to invert a chord? Well, what is an inversion? Basically, an inversion. Whoop, sorry. Touched my piano keybed there. Oh, camera, I hope you're doing okay, Mr. Flickery Camera. An inversion is when you take the top note of a chord and you invert it to the bottom, or vice versa. If you take the bottom note of the chord and you invert it to the top. So it's the same thing as inverting an interval. Inverting an interval meaning you alter it by an octave. This is where intervals come in very handy. If you're familiar with intervals and good with the inversion rules of intervals, should be a breeze for you to get through this. So it doesn't necessarily matter what key we're in. The key does not matter. What's more important is just realizing what we're doing to the chord. So if we have an inversion, we're taking this bottom note and we're moving it up to the top, resulting in a chord that looks like this. And if we take the next note, this guy, and move it up to the top, up to here, we get this. Okay? Easy peasy? Yeah? We call this unaltered chord position, we call this we call it root position. Because its position is the root is on the bottom. We call this first type of inversion first inversion. We call this second type of inversion second inversion. So, pretty plain and simple. Now, the only thing that I'll mention here is the naming of the system may be a little weird because we're already dealing with seconds and thirds and fourths and fifths, and all this stuff has to deal with intervals, and intervals are all up in these inversions. So when we say first inversion, we're not referring to an interval. There is no first interval. When we say second inversion, we're not referring to a second interval. It's just the second form of inversion. It's the second inversion of the series of inversions. Okay? There exists a third inversion, but it's only for seventh chords, because a seventh chord has that opportunity of a fourth note. Matter of fact, I'll use a different chord because I want to keep it all on the ledger lines, underneath the ledger lines. So if we have a 7th chord here, this is E minor 7. If we have the first inversion, it'll look like this. See that? If we have a second inversion, it will look like this. Easy, right? Third inversion will look like this. Excuse me. Boink. This is why it's proper. It's important to have proper handwriting when it comes to music. Third inversion will look like this. Simple. You see, the more that you invert something, and we'll call this third inversion. Third inversion. The more you invert something, the closer you are to getting it right back to its root position. So there is no fourth inversion. I mean, technically with a 9th chord, you kind of could have a fourth inversion, but it doesn't really work like that. But for the purposes of this chapter and so on, we're not going to deal with fourth inversion. The next inversion after that, you're back at the root position. It is now a root position chord again. See? Simple. So this root position chord is the same as this root position chord, but it's an octave up. So, not to stray too far here, but the chords that we've pretty much learned the whole time are these root position chords. Okay, I have not been dealing with first or second inversion that much. Just for the sake of education. But when you come into music, real music, you'll see these first and second versions used all the time. They have their own function. They function a little bit differently than the root position chords. The root position chords are good, but if you just play root position chords all the time, even on the piano, that sounds okay, but it's a little hokey. It's a little kind of hanky-panky, bakey-wakey. Did I say hanky-panky? Ugh. It's just a little bland when you have just basic It's just a little too basic. This is where inversions come into play. I'm going to play the same kind of chord progression, sort of, if I can remember it. The same basic chord progression with a couple inversions in there. The inversions give a little bit of a spice, a little bit of a variation. They allow for what's called smooth voice leading. We'll get into all that chapter 5 and beyond. But just know that these inversions have a certain function that's a little different, spicier. It allows for more options than just root position chords all the time. Root position chords all the time. This is why sometimes when you're playing a cover online, or you look up the tabs, or you look up the chords or whatever, you look, especially when you just look up the chords. If you look up the chords and you're just reading the lead sheet symbols and you're just playing like basic, and you're like, why does this sound not as good? Why does this sound not as good as the original? Well, because the original is probably using all sorts of different inversions. Whatever, and so on and so forth. So they're the same basic patterns, E to G to C to whatever crazy funky 5 chord. But in the second little example that I did there, I was using a bit of inversion. I was not just playing basic root position chords all the time. Sounds fine, but you know, could be a little spiced up. Okay. Now, for the sake of studying this stuff, I'm going to put my guitar down for a second. Ooh. That's a heavy guitar. For the sake of studying this stuff, we good? We want to keep all these second inversions, third invert, whatever. We're going to keep them with the notes really close together. But realistically, in music, when you have something like this, just know, now this is super important. This is like something that's like covered in the book. When you have a chord, let's say it's an F chord, right here with the F note in the bass. That's what they call it, in the bass. Let's root position. Let's say we're dealing with F major, and it's in root position, F, A, C. You don't always have to have the third and the fifth right next to each other. So this is a chord, the same chord, but I just moved the third of the chord, the A, up an octave. Is it still root position? Yes, absolutely. So what determines root position, first inversion, second inversion, and third inversion? The bass. The bass. Everything else in this chord can be in all sorts of different orders. You can even have doubled notes. So you can have an F here, an F here, and an A, whatever, I'm just writing stuff down, and a C. So it doesn't matter what position these are in, this is still an F chord. As a matter of fact, now, in part writing, you want to keep the spacing smaller than an octave. But, just for the sake of example, if you had an F and an A way up here, and then a C way up here, I think is right there. If you had an F, an A, and a C, even though these guys are like super duper far apart, actually, I think it's right here. Either way, whatever. Even though these are super duper far apart, it's still a root position chord because the F is in the bass. The F is the lowest note. Now in treble clef, this is not necessarily a bass note, But if it's the lowest note, it's in the bass. It's dictating the root of the chord. Okay? If you had an F chord and it began with the third, so it's an A here, let's say an F here, and then a C. Even though this chord is all janky and split up, the A is still in the bass. So that means this is a root position chord, a first inversion chord, because it has the third in the bass. And this guy has the root in the bass. So as you can see here, up at the top, in the first little diagram that I did, the root position chord has the first, or the root, as the bass. So I'm going to put a little table here, bass, note, colon. So for root position, it has the root as the bass. For first inversion, it has the third in the bass. For second inversion, it has the fifth in the bass. Same for, seventh chords. Same for seventh chords. Root, third, fifth. Except for the third inversion, you have the seventh in the bass. And then you're back to your root position after that. So, what you can see here is it's pretty damn easy to figure out what's what. You're just flipping the chord up on itself. So don't get all confused when you see first inversion has the third, second inversion has the fifth. There's no real relation between the second and the fifth. Okay, that's what I was talking about earlier, about the naming kind of might get confusing, about the naming of the series of inversions. Like, for example, if you had third inversion, that doesn't mean that the third of the chord is in the bass. It's the third in the series of inversions. Okay? Okay. So, Romanos, Sonamor, sorry. Why are you telling me that no matter how much you flip the top part of a chord, it doesn't matter? As long as whatever's in the bass is in the bass, that's what dictates the inversion? Is that what you're telling me? Yes. For the sake of the rest of this, because we're about to get into figured bass and inversion symbols, for the sake of the rest of this, I'm going to keep all of these with the notes as close as possible together, because it's going to show you what intervals they create. Then, when you're able to flip the intervals all up and down and keep that root position bass note while all the other intervals are flipping all up and down, it will become clear to you how to categorize those intervals. Even though this is a giant, so this right, for example, this right here, this giant F chord with this huge interval right here, you'd be like, what the hell? I don't even know what that is. I mean, if this is an F, and this is an A, and this is a C, hopefully it's a C. I kind of just guessed on the ledger lines there. It's so high up on the ledger lines. I'm bad at reading many ledger lines. But let's say that this note is a C, so you're going to be like, damn, I don't know what that interval is. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. It's just simply an inversion of a perfect fifth, because it's going from an F to a C. It's just up a couple octaves. So in all essence, it's a fifth. You have a fifth going on in there. It's just up in the octave. Okay? Same with this A right here. You'd be like, damn, it goes way above an octave. Well, an A is only a third above an F. Okay? So if in a chord it goes F, A, C, and from F to A is a major third, we know that this F to this A way up in the stratosphere here is just merely some octave of a major third. It's just a major third. Just up an octave. Nothing that crazy. Right? Okay. The reason this works is harmonic series, blah, blah, blah. The bass dictates the base of the chord, the fundamental. And then all the stuff on top is just kind of decoration. Harmonic series. It's awesome. So we continue onward. So onward, as we get into, we're now getting into figured bass. We're about to learn about figured bass. Or sometime, long time ago, they called it thorough bass. That's what the book says, thorough bass. And apparently, this thorough bass stuff was invented before actual chord symbols were invented. So people were reading what is essentially squiggles in addition to dots and notes on the page. They would be reading little number symbols. I'll show it to you in a second. They have essentially divided the bass away from everything else. They recognize that the bass is the most important, but they just haven't linked it to the system of chords that they have yet. The system of chords hasn't been invented until after figured bass. And what they do, they'd have a bass line, and then they'd put these little numbers on top of the bass line indicating the intervals. A third, a fifth, a sixth, whatever. And based upon those intervals, the keyboardist or the bassist, whatever instrumentalist was responsible for playing the chords, would play, instead of the chords, because they didn't really have chord names, they would play the intervals instead. Interesting. They had, they had chords, they just didn't know that they were playing them yet. They just didn't categorize them yet. It's a really interesting topic because it's the same kind of situation that we're in right now. We have all this music and we're playing all this stuff, and there's a lot of great players that can play by ear. Just without knowing this music theory, they just innately know it. But until somebody comes up with a system to categorize it for them, to put words on it, to fit it into some kind of system, they're just doing it naturally. It's really interesting how history just kind of mirrors itself over and over and over again. So in this diagram right here, I'll try to show it to you here. In this diagram, I don't know if you can see that. I'll recreate it on the side here because it's important. They use a bass clef. I think this is only for the purpose of reinforcing that this is a bass technique. So sorry if you can't read bass, but reading the notes aren't super important right now. They use a G. They use a G chord, I think. Yeah. They use a G. G, B, D. And they do the same thing that I did up here with this A chord in root position, first inversion, second inversion, and then an A7 in root position, first inversion, second inversion, and third inversion. So let me draw that real quick. All righty. We got our nice little inversions here. First inversion. root position. Even I messed that up. Root position. First inversion, second inversion, and then we have the 7th chords. In root position, first inversion, second inversion, and third inversion. Okie dokie. So, what they're trying to get you to understand here are the intervals between the top and the bottom note. All of the intervals that are created between the top note, I'll zoom in here. Between this top note, the 5th, and the 3rd, and the bottom note. So, we'll just list them. We'll just list them. The first interval that's created between the 1st of the chord and the 3rd of the chord is a 3rd. The next interval created between the 1st of the chord and the 5th of the chord is a 5th. Easy as pie. Okay. Next, for first inversion, we're beginning on the 3rd of the chord. The interval between the 3rd of the chord and the 5th of the chord is a 3rd. The interval between the 5th of the chord, the 3rd of the chord, the new root, not really a new root, the note that's in the bass, I need to watch my words, the note that is in the bass and the top note of the chord is a 6th. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. It's a 6th. Okay. So now on to the second inversion. We have the 5th of the chord in the bass, and then we go up to the root. The distance between those two notes is a 4th. Okay. The distance between the 5th of the chord in the bass and the 3rd of the chord, which is now on the top, is a 6th. So we got the unison, the 2nd, the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th, and the 6th. Okay. So now what we have written here is a series of a stack of intervals. Now this is actually the completed, what they call the completed figured bass symbol. Complete fig bass symbol. This is actually what they'd see on top of bass notes. So if they had a first inversion G major chord, they would only see a B. Let's put it way up here. F, G, A, B. They would see a B with the numbers 6, 3. They wouldn't spell out all the rest of the notes. It was up to the performer to create the sonority. That's all they would go by, is the sonority, the interval. The sonority of a 3rd and a 6th. They didn't even know if it was minor or major yet. They'd have to rely on the scale, the key signature. The chords came after the key. Isn't that wild? Isn't that wild how smart they had to be to figure this stuff out? Okay, so continue. These are the 7th chords. the sonorities, the intervals that are created here, now there's one extra note. So that means there's going to be one extra interval, yeah? Yeah. The sonorities here, well, it looks like we have between the root and the third is a third. The root and the fifth is a fifth. And then the root and the seventh, well, that's a seventh. Seems easy enough. Okay. With the third, with the third in the bass, the first inversion, we have a third that's being created. Okay, seems easy enough. We have a fifth that's being created. Okay. And then we have a sixth that's being created, just one note up. So from this bottom note here, this B, you have B, D, F, and then G. B is 1, C 2, D 3, E 4, F 5, G 6. Fly like a G6. So the sonorities that are being created here in this seventh chord is a third, a fifth, and a sixth. Interesting. The sonorities being created in the second inversion, when the fifth is in the bass, well, we have our good friend the third again. Man, that third is really popping up everywhere, huh? The third, and then from there, between the fifth of the chord and the root of the chord, we have a fourth. Interesting. That's the first time we've seen a fourth, right? It's a fourth, right? 1, the unison, second, third, fourth. Okay. We have a fourth. And then on top of that, well, it'd have to be a 5 and then a 6. So a sixth. So a fourth and then a sixth, right? Unison, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth. Okay. Interesting. That sixth likes to pop up as well. Interesting. And for the final, the third inversion, where the seventh of the seventh chord is in the bass, well, that's weird. The very first sonority that we see is a second. Huh. So we have a second, and then a fourth, right? Second, third, fourth. Okay. So we have a fourth. Okay. And then we have a sixth. Gee, that sixth just likes to pop up everywhere, huh? Huh. Okay. So now let's back up and kind of see what we got. Well, we got a bunch of numbers. We got a bunch of numbers. Let's try to zoom out here. Hope y'all can still see that. You know what? Zoom in and we'll keep it up here. I know the camera makes everything kind of bright. So these are the complete intervals. And it's important to take the time to see, if you've never seen this before, it's important to take the time and figure out what these intervals are. That's why I spent the time to write them out. Okay. So the book, next in the chart, the book goes on to list the actual symbol used. The most common symbol, figured bass. symbol. So this is what the full completed bass symbols look like. But would they use all these numbers? Would they write down all these numbers? No, we're musicians. We're very lazy. No, we're not going to write down all those numbers down. It's similar to the, where is it? The minor, major, seventh dealio. When we see this minor, major, seventh, even though it's in actuality, it's a dominant seventh chord, in actuality, it is a major, minor seventh. It's a minor chord with a major seventh in there. And this is a minor chord with a minor seventh. And this is a major chord with a major seventh. When we write it down, we're not going to write minor, major seventh. We're just going to write, for this one, major seven, just a 7 for this one, and then just a lowercase m with a 7 for this one. A little bit of a shortcut. Saves you some lines, right? Is that where those jazz guys got all those shortcuts from? Is that why it's cool not to write stuff down? Did we classical musicians actually start all that nonsense of being lazy? We complain about jazz musicians being lazy all the time. But realistically, they're just following in our footsteps. Okay, I'll show you what I mean. So, because this is a root position here, this root position on the inversion, it's the most common one. We're not gonna write 5 and 3. Because if they saw a bass note, it would be automatically assumed that the bass is in root position. And the most common sonorities above the bass would be to stack a grouping of thirds on top of it. Tertian harmony, that's where this stuff comes from. Tertian harmony. They're not necessarily thinking of chords. They're thinking of tertian harmony. Okay? They're not looking at this and saying, oh, it's a G major chord. No, they're thinking it is a G note, and I would like to, within the diatonic scale that is given to me, the key that is given to me, I would like to stack thirds on top of it, because I know that thirds sound good everywhere, unless where otherwise marked in these other places. First inversion, second inversion, third inversion. So when they see a lone bass note by itself with no marking, they can kind of assume that it's going to have a 5 and a 3 on top. So the true bass symbol, when they see this, is nothing. They will see nothing. They will write nothing. It's just going to be a lone bass symbol. When they see the rest of these symbols, they're going to try to cut the most common numbers out of them, which seems to be, just from looking at it, looks like 3s and 6s. That's what it looks like to me. Okay? So, the next one, for the first inversion, they know that a third typically sounds good over whatever bass note is on there. So if they have this bass note right here, they know that a third is going to sound nice over it. And the only other distinction from the 5-3 and the 6-3 is the 6. So they're going to say, oh, you can just write a 6th. Okay? So the bassist would see either one of these, and if it had no marking, they'd say, oh, we just stack some thirds on top of it. If they see a 6, they know, oh, I should stack only 1/3 on top of it, and then the next sonority should be a 6th from the root. This is where chords start coming in. It's amazing. It's amazing how they devise this thing. So they'd only write a 6 here for the first inversion. For the second inversion, they would have to write a 6/4 because it's the only unique kind of difference between 6/3 and 6/4. Okay? So this is root position. This is first inversion. This is second inversion. For triads. Again, for seventh chords, quadrads, whatever you want to call them, they're different. For the root position seventh chord, again, they know that the third and the fifth sound nice over the bass note. So they're not going to write a 5/3 on there. It's just redundant. It would be so redundant if they would write 5/3 on everything. 5/3, 5/3, 5/3. But the seventh is an important distinguisher from the triad 5/3. So if they were just to eliminate all of this, they couldn't tell the difference between a triad and a quadrad. I'm going to call it quadrad from now on. So they can eliminate the 5/3 because it's implied already. But they're going to keep the seventh. So the symbol the condensed symbol for a root position quadrad, a root position seventh chord, is just a 7. Okay? For a regular triad, you put nothing. For a regular seventh chord, you put a 7. Pretty self-explanatory. Yeah? Yeah. Now, for a first inversion seventh chord, you have this sonority of the 3 and the 5 as well. Remember what I said about stacking triads on top of each other? They're discovering this as they go. So they say, oh, well, on some of these bass notes, the third and the 5 sounds good. The third and the fifth sounds good. This triad sounds good already. But it's different than the other seventh chord because this one has a 6th. Okay, so you want to keep the 6th. But then again, over here, they want to have a certain distinguisher from the triad first inversion and the quadrad first inversion. The distinguisher is they'll just keep the 5 in there. So this is a 6/5. That's the symbol. That's the most common symbol. Or it's the condensed symbol of a first inversion quadrad chord, a first inversion seventh chord. Okay. Moving on, they have the second inversion. If you take a look at the second inversion, okay, well, we have the third, and now we have a fourth. What in the hell? And we have a 6th. Okay. Well, what about the third inversion? Well, there's a 6 and a 4 as well. And a 2. So they say, well, the 6 is common with all these. If we had to put this 6 in there for all this stuff, it would get really confusing, right? They can't just remove the 3 and then keep the 6 and the 4, because that's the same as a second inversion of the triad. You already have a 6/4 here. So what they do is they keep the 4 and the 3. When you see a 4/3, you have to automatically assume that there's a 6th interval on top of that. An interval of a 6th. They're just omitting it. The same happens for the third inversion. They'll omit the 6, the number 6. So this would look like, begins to draw a 6 anyway. So this looks like a 4-2. But there really is another 6, a sixth interval on top of that. So when you see these markings, a 7, 6-5, 4-3, and a 4-2, that should scream to you, oh, that's a 7th chord. That's a 7th chord. It's weird. It's not a regular. See, the triads have inversions that are pretty damn easy when you think about it. The 5-3, well, damn, that's nothing. There's no symbol for that. It's empty. The first inversion, all right, well, it's just got a 6th in there instead of a 5th. And the second inversion, all right, it's just a 6-4. It's just one other thing that you have to. It's not a 6-3 anymore, it's a 6-4. Pretty simple. For the 7th chords, it gets a little confusing because you're like, oh man, well, 7th is easy. If you see a 7, you're like, oh, that's a root position 7th chord. Easy as pie. For 6-5, you say, oh, these numbers are next to each other. That's kind of weird. And these numbers are next to each other too, the 4 and the 3. What in the world is going on here? That should be screaming to you, that's a 7th chord. Okay? And for this one right here, the 4 and the 2, that one as well should be screaming to you. See, the 3 goes down to the 2. That's how I kind of remember it. But the real beauty of this, and it goes back to what I was talking about way up here. I don't remember where it was. Aha. You remember this? The augmented second? It's not a 6th, it's an augmented second. Okay, it's not a major 6th, it's an augmented second. So, when you see these guys, when you see these inversions, they will tell you, now that we know about chords, now that we know about what the real chord is, in addition to the figured bass, this figured bass will tell you where the root note is. It tells you where the root note is. Isn't that awesome? It's where the second interval is, where the interval of a second is. So right here, the interval is between the 6th and the 5th. Well, if we take a little peek here at the root position chord, the root position 7th chord, we know that the root is right next to that 7th, 7, 8, right? 1, 3, 5, 7, 1. 1, 3, 5, 7, 8. It's right there. Right there next to the 7th of the chord. Okay? When we take a peek at where this root is, it's next to the 7th. It's right next to it. It's a simple interval of a second. So this 6-5 should be screaming to you, yo, this is a chord with a second interval in it. And it's right here. It occurs right here on the 6th. Bada boom, bada bing. You know what I mean? Bada boom. That 6th interval is the root. And right here too, the 4 and the 3. The 4 and the 3 are right next to each other. Bada boom, bada bing. That's the root. The 4th interval right there. You can see it right here. It's the root. And right here, the 2, it's screaming to you right in the number of the damn figured bass symbol. The 2. The 2 is the root. The 2 is the root. It's a 2. It's 1 above the 1. Boom, right there. Boom, 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 boom. You feel me? Figured bass ain't so scary. It's helpful. It's helpful. And when you pair that up with like our actual knowledge of chords, whoo, man, you have like, well, our teacher would talk about this. Music's all about signposts. Sometimes it's hard to read music, but when you know about the tricks, when you know about the rules and stuff, about how all this stuff is written, you'll start to be like, whoa, like, yo, all this stuff is like pointing to the same place. It's just a bunch of signposts. So that's what this is. It should be like a bunch of signposts popping up at you saying, hey, it's over here. It's probably over there. The airport is over here. Hey, 5th Street over here. Hey, Root Street over here. Hey, this is 7th chord over here. Hey, shopping center. What's in a shopping center? Probably a grocery store down there. You know what I mean? It doesn't necessarily say there's a grocery store, but it says there's a shopping center. Probably a grocery store right over there. So this stuff should be popping out at you like should be very easy to see this stuff. Especially with a lot of practice. Okay. So now that we got through that, oh, even in the chart here, I didn't even really pay attention to the chart. I'm just kind of winging it. Even in the chart, it tells you how to find the root. And over here it says, it is the bass note. The root of chord. It is the bass note for the first position. For this second inversion, it is the 6th. I didn't really talk about the triads that much. And then for this one, it is the 4th. For this one, it is the bass note. Root position's very easy. It is the 6th. It is the 4th. And this one, it is the 2nd. So obviously a trick here that I outlined, you can see, is that the triads, inversions, and the quadrads, the 7th chord, inversions, they both indicate to you where the bass note is. They're in the same spots. First it's in the bass, then it's the 6th of the position, then it's the 4th of the position. The 6th interval of the position, then the 4th of the interval of the position. Same with the triads. Same thing. Same exact thing. With the triads, if you didn't know already, whenever you see, I like to think about it as the 4th, an interval of a 4th. When I see that 4th, because anytime you see a 4th, it's kind of indicating to you, hey, this is a chord. Like, I'll pick up the guitar. When you see a 4th, it's kind of like, wherever the bottom note of that 4th is, it's kind of leading you to the do of the chord. You'll hear this a lot. It's leading you up to that root note. So I like to think about figured bass like that. In terms of where the 4th is, where there's the 4th interval, that will help me as another signpost that flashes in my face like, yo, if you see a 4th, the interval of a 4th, the upper note of that interval, the 4th, is the root So when I see this 6/3, and I know that the third is built upon the bass, whatever, the first, whatever, there's an interval of a third, and then there's an interval of a sixth. Well, between a 3 and a 6 is the interval of a fourth, right? Because the interval between 3 and 5, the third and the fifth, is a third. You're just stacking thirds on top of each other. Well, if you were to get from a third to a sixth, you wouldn't stack a third on top of it. You'd stack a fourth on top of it. Especially when you know solfege, you know that in minor modes, the third scale degree goes to the sixth scale degree. From mi to la, if you're familiar with solfege. From mi to la, from 3 to 6. It screams to me, yo, this is a fourth. The bass is the top note. So same here. When I see this fourth right here, I'm like, oh man, that is the root. The fourth is the root. Okay? It's a little different with the seventh chords on here. The seventh chords, I like to think about where the interval of the second is. But those are two giant flashing signposts that let you know, hey, this is where we're at in the chord. Now, it moves on to some kind of what straight up, I think these are outdated techniques. I think these next techniques are a bit outdated, but whatever. The book goes into them, so we'll kind of go through with it. Let's get our little staff line thing here. So, they talk about some modifiers to the figured bass system. Okay? We have bass clef here. I'll use their exact examples. Why not? They got a D here, note D. So if you were to come across a bass note D, and then you saw a 4/3 symbol like that, you would know that this, what it's implying is D, and then a 3, and then a 4, and then a 6. Okay? Now, since this is, again, it's an outdated technique, but the book goes through with it, so it must be important. The 6, because this stuff was before chords were kind of known, when you have a sixth or even a third, it was up to the instrumentalist to know what key they're in. I mentioned this earlier. You have to know kind of what key you're in already to understand if it's a major sixth or a minor sixth, or a major third or a minor third. You have to know what kind of thirds stack on top of each other. You have to know exactly what key you're in. Now, this was mostly not improvisatory technique, but there was a certain amount of improvisation and skill that the performer needed to know. You'd have to know exactly what kind of thirds. I mean, imagine if you played the wrong type of third a half step off. It would sound terrible. So the instrumentalist would need to know a lot before reading this stuff. Now it's a little bit easier. Okay. But in case they needed to sharpen something or whatever, they would simply put a sharp next to the number on the right side. So what this would indicate is they'd have your good old intervals here, D, F, G, and B. And they'd take this fourth interval and they'd sharpen it like that. But they wouldn't write it in the music. They'd only write it here. And they'd only see this. Isn't that crazy? So those guys back then were legit instrumentalists. They were 100% legitimate, all right? Make no mistake, those dudes were legit. And they didn't have no computers. They didn't have no printing press or whatever the hell. They had to write this stuff. No wonder they didn't want to write all this stuff down time and time and again. They'd already have freaking arthritis from playing their instrument, let alone picking up a feather and dipping it in the ink and having to get it all perfect. Did they have erasers back then? Did they even have pencils back then? I don't know. I think they just had ink pens. They'd have to get it right the first time. Can you imagine? And they didn't have no recording software either. So when you're playing out live for the king or whatever, if you're trying to get to that level where you're playing for the king, you better be good 100% of the time, Jack. There's no hitting pause and going back and fixing your mistakes. No, you did it live. Fuck it. We're doing it live. They did it live. The fucking thing sucks. You know what I'm saying? They had to get up in front of the king with their hacked up written sheet music and perform it on point. On point, son. It had to be like that. They had to know it and feel it all up and down. Now, they go on to say that when you have an accidental all by itself, let's say you just had this like E note, and they hit an accidental there, just by itself with no figured bass symbol or whatever, that would mean that the third would be sharped. Now this is, I'll write it first and then I'll explain. So it's not E minor anymore, it's E major. Okay? This is kind of jumping off into the advanced technique section. I know it's just a major chord, but holy moly is this jumping forward, and it's giving like foreshadowing. Later in the book, in part 3, semester 3, basically like a third through the book, probably like chapter 15, somewhere around there, they're going to talk about applied dominance and what is essentially turning a minor chord of the diatonic scale, which we'll learn in the next chapter. It'll turn a minor chord into a major chord for very specific purposes. They turn a minor chord into a dominant type chord to either shift keys, to tonicize, or to modulate completely. Okay? This is where that comes in handy. This is why they're telling us this. So a sharp by itself, now they would not see this full chord. They would only see this sharp symbol and this E note. And from that, they'd have to extrapolate all that information. Okay? Pretty wild stuff. So this sharp by itself is always referring to the third. Why don't they write the third? Well, for the same reason they don't write the third in these little triad inversion, these triad inversion charts. They don't write it because it's so common. It's tertian harmony. Everything sounds better with a third on top of it. So, and while I'm at it, it's tertian harmony, okay? And do you remember what I said about that inversion chart with all the chart on my website. This guy, this little inversion chart. You only need to memorize half of this chart. You only need half of this thing. Only up to the perfect fourth. And then everything else is an inversion of itself. Okay? Now that kind of comes into play here. If you're looking at all these intervals and you're like, God dang, how am I supposed to remember? Well, 6s and 5s and 7s and 4s and 2s and all this stuff. Listen, you got your 5s and your 3s. That's tertiary harmony. You get a third. Thirds always sound good. It's a third. And then you stack another third on top of it. If it's not one of those, it's either a 4 or a 6. It could either be a 5 or a 3, or a 6 or a 4, or some combination of those. There's not that many different combinations, is what I'm trying to tell you. It shouldn't be so overwhelming that it's off-putting. You should be able to see, oh, there's a limited amount of combinations here. It's limited. It's visible. It's within reach. It's within grasp. If these dudes can do it so many years ago without internet, and they know and they know how to do all this stuff, you can too. Okay. What is the last example they give here? Now this one, I can't speak on it too much, because to be honest, I'm not an expert in figured bass. But they give the example of just a lonely A note. So if you had an A in the bass, and then you saw this, 6, 4, 3. Well, by God, that's a second inversion of a 7th chord. Okay, so it's some kind of a 7th chord. Bing, 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 bing. That ain't correct. It's got a 4th and a 6th. Pretty easy. Okay. And then they go to slash, they put a slash mark through the 6, and then they put a sharp next to the 4. So it's the same sharp that you saw before over here, but now they're showing you a slash mark. And they're telling you that these are the same-ish. A slash mark and a pound symbol are both raising that interval by one semitone. So I guess they're trying to imply, if this is an A minor, excuse me, an F minor chord, right? Not right. It's a D minor chord. Okay. Been a while. I should know it right here. I just explained how to find the root. It's a D minor chord. D, F, A, C. It's a D minor chord just flipped about on his butt so that the F is in the bass. So they're trying to show you that this 6th interval is raised. And this 4th interval is raised as well. Well, damn, just the 6 by itself is telling me, oh man, this is not a D minor 7 anymore. It's a D major minor 7. So if this was like this, it'd be like, oh, that's D major, and then it's got the minor 7. This is like a D dominant 7th chord. But now they're telling me to raise the D as well. Pause, raise the D, pause. All right. They're telling me to raise the D as well. Well, what the hell kind of chord is that? Well, if you don't know what kind of chord it is, if you think back, all right, to the overlappingness of these sonorities, The diminished 7 is a diminished chord with a minor third on top. The dominant 7 is a major chord with a minor third on top. So, what we got here, we had a major 7, or a major chord with a diminished on top. Okay, now it became a diminished chord with a diminished on top. What is that? Wow. Well, reminds me a lot of the fully diminished 7th chord. So this right here is a fully diminished 7th chord. That's pretty nuts. Raise the D, you get pretty nuts. Ain't that a thing? All this stuff is wild, man. And I love how after you learn the most common positions, the most common poses. Remember when I was talking about poses in like 2 videos ago, like 9 hours ago? Those most common poses start popping up everywhere. So before, when you're like, oh man, I don't know what the hell kind of chord this is. Well, it's a good thing we learned about triads and stacking triads on top of each other, because this is just a diminished 7th chord, baby. You know what I mean? When you categorize all this stuff, everything just starts falling into place. It really does. Now, what we have here, it's pretty cool. I took a picture of this because it's one of the cooler kind of examples. The book gives plenty of great examples, and I'm only going to show you a couple of them. I really recommend getting the book and just, it's $2 freaking. Just get it. If you look at these examples, you can see just how, I hope it's big enough on the screen that you can see this. You can see that these symbols are not on every single note. So you'd only, this is what's called a realization of figured bass. So the bass, the player, the instrumentalist would only see this top bar. He'd only see this bass clef. And it was up to him. This is in D major, so do, re, mi, right? Fa, 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 mi, re, 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 do. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Chord, chord, chord. Dun, chord. Dun, chord. Chord. Dun, dun, chord. Dun, 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 chord. Chord, dun, dun, chord. See how they only put chords on some of these, not all of them. Down on the bottom, you can see what would something similar to what the bass player would actually, or the instrumentalist, the accompanist would actually play. You can see up there on the treble clef, just kind of basic. There's nothing too crazy about that. Just basic. This is a first inversion. Got a nice little chunklet of a 7th chord. Another first inversion. You know? It's nothing too crazy. This is just second inversion and first inversion chords. And over here, you can see the flats and the sharps. There's only a couple accidentals here. Now, this is Bach, so this is even something on like the upper end of difficulty. And it's nothing too crazy. I bet it's well written. It's well written as hell. You know, it's only got a 3 accidentals. See, right here, in the first measure, you got the little sharp 3 in the 5. So originally, this was a minor chord. And they made it to a major chord. Over here, there's an accidental. They sharped the 6 here. So this looks like it was some kind of a major chord. Maybe now it's a diminished. Yeah. D sharp, F, A. Something like, yeah, D sharp, F sharp, A. See, I didn't even pay attention to the key signature. I just knew that if I have a major chord in first inversion, right? This is a first inversion. If it's delineating to me, it's a 6. And then they're sharping this 6. It's nothing too crazy. I know where the root is because I know my rules of fourths. So this 6 is sharped, and it is the top note of the fourth. So it is the root. This D is the root. And if it's sharping this, so this note right here, again, I mentioned it earlier, sharp notes tend to go upward. It's like a diminished chord just going to an E minor chord. Look at that, E, G, B. Nothing even special about that chord. Nothing special about it. It's just 5. The 5 is what you'd see for just a regular old chord, when it's a 3-5, nothing special about it. Just the E minor chord. A 6, that's natural, okay. So typically, this would be sharped. The 6th would be sharp, so this root of whatever chord this is would be sharp. And now it's natural. Okay, well, according to the key signature, this root of the chord is falling on the 7th note of the scale, the 7th scale degree. And we'll learn this in the next chapter. The 7th scale degree is diminished chord. So if you lower that, that's creating a major chord. They're taking the root of a diminished chord and lowering it. They're making that foundation of that house sink. So it's creating more space between the second and the third floors. Okay? Nothing too crazy, Nothing too crazy. Over here on the very next chord, it's the same exact chord, I believe. Could be wrong. But now it's a 7th chord, and the 7th is natural. No, I'm wrong. It's not the same exact chord, is it? The 7th is natural. So that means it's a root position tonic chord. This is just a tonic chord on the D. A D7 with a natural 7. Or flatted 7th in this case. So it's just a dominant 7th chord built upon the root. Which is actually, again, leading all the way to chapter 15 about applied dominance. This is kind of it's a special type of chord. It's a secondary dominant chord. So this is leading, and again, if you know about secondary dominance already, you know that this chord is leading to the subdominant. It's the dominant of the subdominant. So it's leading to a subdominant chord. Okay, we're getting a little bit too far here. But this is a great example. Bach is amazing, and Bach is a great example. And you see what I was talking about in the very beginning of the book, how they put in these hard-ass examples. It's deep. They put in these examples that are freaking deep, man. Because they expect you to go through the book more than once. Okay. That's all I'll say about that. That's all I'll say about that. So, we got all this stuff here. We got through it. We got through it, boys. We got through it. Very good. Now, the last couple things that they go through here, not that much. Lead sheet symbols, which we already kind of know. I'll go through it, but we already kind of know those. Lead sheet symbols, Then they give a bunch of self-test kind of practice things, which I think are very good. I recommend getting the book. I'll try to make it big here. Maybe you want to take a screenshot or whatever. I don't think it's clear enough for you to do that, but if anything, you just see how many examples there are, and like, it's really good. It's just really good. This stuff, they have you take a piece of music and then analyze the chords in there. Over here, they have you analyze individual chords. And they have another piece of music. It's all good. All right. So lead sheet symbols, a bunch of analysis, and then they teach you a little bit about how to recognize chords in various chord structures. So we even kind of went on that a little bit too. But yeah, I'll kind of summarize all that for you here. Alrighty. So the first thing they mention is the difference between kind of like lead sheet symbols and figured bass. So it is interesting what they say. They say figured bass is designed to be used with a bass clef. And the stuff that the instrumentalist creates is designed to be above the bass note. So for figured bass, people would see a bass note, see the little weird symbol, and then create stuff on top of the bass note. For lead sheet symbols, typically it's a melody. And they'd see like a melody, and then they'd have to put a chord. They'd see like the word E minor. And then they'd put a chord underneath it. Interesting. Interesting kind of stuff here. Well, the figured bass is kind of from a below-up approach. The lead sheet symbols are kind of from an above-down approach. Then they just go out and list all the symbols when compared to your figured bass counterparts, sort of. So you got your minor, or your major. You got your minor. You got your diminished. Then you got your augmented. So let's say all of these were in the key of E. We're going to stack it on top of an E chord, just like the book does, just for consistency and ease of whatever the word is, easiness. So this is the figured bass, kind of. And this is the lead sheet. So if you were to see this on a lead sheet, you'd just see the letter E. You wouldn't necessarily need a major, even though you definitely see like E major. It's kind of unnecessary. You just see the word E. For E minor, you'd have a capital E, even though a lot of people put a lowercase e, me included. I do it by accident. That's why it slips. It's ingrained from so many years of doing it the wrong way. You just see a capital E with a minor like that. For the diminished, you'd see a capital E with the word dim. For diminished, obviously. And for augmented, same thing as the original symbol. It's just an E with a plus. Pretty easy. Sometimes you'd see it written out like this. E-aug. E-aug. That's sometimes what they'd write. E-aug. And then they go on to your 7th chords. So your 7th chords, they're going to go on to the major 7th, the major chord with the major 7th, the major minor 7th, so that's like the dominant 7th, the minor 7th, is just a minor 7th chord, the half diminished 7th, and the fully diminished 7th. So this is pretty obvious. So the lead sheet symbol for major 7th would just be E major 7th. You'd have to have that capital M in there to let people know, yo, this is a major 7th. Sometimes you see it as major 7th, written out like that. Whatever. For the minor 7th, major minor 7th. See how this shit gets confusing? This is why they designed these shortcuts and stuff. For the major minor 7th, you'd simply put E7. Just the 7 on there is fine. For the minor 7th chord, again, it's very simple. E with a lowercase m, 7. That's simple. A lot of the times, you won't see either this line or the M. Sometimes you see this, and sometimes you even see this, E minus 7. Now, this is more of a jazz thing. As a matter of fact, I'll write out all the jazz symbols too, because they're really helpful. To me, they make things even easier. But yeah. The reason that they don't use this minus symbol that much is because sometimes people get it confused with the diminished 7, even though no true musician would ever confuse that. But when you see a minus symbol, you might think like, oh, it's like different. But it's not. So, continuing. A half diminished 7, now this one's special. We already showed it up there. This would be an E minor 7 with a flat 5. So this is the first instance where you see this kind of like modified, it's like an extension. Have you ever seen like E major with like a sharp 9 or whatever? Or E major 7 sharp 9? This is the first instance where they have written out the actual modified 5th, E minor 7 flat 5. So you can actually have many modifiers, as much as you want. E major 7. Let's say E7. E7 sharp 9 flat 13. You can have as many modifiers as you want, as long as they don't kind of step on each other. But yeah, it gets to the point where they refuse to start saying all these modifiers unless they're explicitly necessary in the sonority that the song is implying. So even though in like an original recording, a song may be implying an E7 with a flat 5 and sharp 9 and a sharp 11 and a flat 13. That might be what's heard in the recording. But what comes out on the paper is maybe just an E7 with a flat 5, because the flat 5 is pretty important. And then they maybe say, sharp 11. Everything else is just kind of up to the interpreter's taste. I'm just writing this stuff so you can see what modifiers look like, these modifiers. Flat 5, sharp 9, sharp 11, flat 13, da 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 da. So, E minor 7 flat 5 is like a half diminished chord. And then the fully diminished seventh, you would just see E dim 7. So it's just like this diminished chord over here, except they put a 7 on it. Now, there are tons and tons and tons more than just these guys. There's suspended chords, there's 6 chords, there's all sorts of stuff. But again, for the sake of the book, for the sake of the ease of education and the building of the comprehensive lessons, like building one lesson on top of the other, just going to limit it to these guys. These are the basic triads. You barely even use augmented, right? So you only got your 3 basic triads, major, minor, and diminished. And then those 5 that we talked about earlier, which 3 are kind of diatonic. They're all diatonic. But 3 are like major and minor or whatever. And then the other 2 are diminished. So you got your major 7, your dominant 7, and your minor 7. Then you got your half diminished and fully diminished. It's not too hard, right? I'll go ahead and write down the jazz symbols too. It's worth taking a look at. So the jazz, it might even save you time. The look at me making 4-hour videos, and I'm talking about saving time. All right. So the major symbol, simply major E. That's it. Very simple. The minor symbol, you'll see it looking like this, just E with a minus next to it. The diminished symbol, you'll see E with the diminished symbol. And again, the E augmented, E with a plus. Pretty straightforward, right? The only weird one is this minor. Maybe you haven't seen that before. Saves me a hell of a lot of time when I just put E minus or E minor. Very easy for me. To me. Now, for a major 7th chord, what I've seen is they just put an E and a triangle. Swear to Jesus. E, triangle. That's an E major 7. For E7, they keep it as E7. Pretty straightforward. They like that. They like easy one modifier type things. One modifier type squiggles. For E minor 7, very simple, just like the other minor chord, they'll put an E with a minor and a 7. Boom. Biggity boom. Easy peasy. For a minor 7 flat 5, what's funny is that I've seen actually, they will write out the entire thing, minor 7 flat 5. They like, it's weird, man. They don't like putting other letters, these jazz people, they don't like putting other letters, like E major 7. They don't like putting the other letters in there as modifiers, but they will load up the modifiers here. They will load up on these numbers and digits. So I've actually seen E minor 7 flat 5 often, but in some cases, I think it's because it's hard for them to print a circle with a slash on it. Like they don't know how to get that on the keyboard or whatever. I don't know. I don't know how they get the triangle on. They know how to get the triangle on there. They don't know how to get a freaking diminished with a half, whatever. But realistically, if you want to shorten it, that's what you do. E with a slash. Maybe because it looks too much like a slash chord. Like if you've ever seen slash chords, sometimes you'll see C/G. Maybe that's the reason. But then again, I don't think that's the reason because this is a number. Anyway, this is what I like to use. I think it's shorter and easier, and visually it's way more clear. But what it really is a minor 7 flat 5, you know? You can think about it as a minor 7 flat 5. And it helps to think about it like that, too. It's good to realize that, oh, this is a minor 7th chord with a flat 5. It's good to realize that. And, of course, E diminished 7, just a E with a diminished 7, just like that. So these jazz symbols are nice and short and beautiful. That's one thing that I will hold jazz up on a pedestal for. When it comes to shortcuts like this, woo, that is some beautiful shortcuts. Saved me a heck of a lot of writing, heck of a lot of typing, heck of a lot of brain power. Fits on the page better. I don't have to sit there and read, oh, DIM, diminished. Sometimes I've seen people write an E7, this 7th chord, as E dom 7. I hate that. Because it's so confusing. It's similar to this E diminished. Anyhow, don't got to worry about that. But letting you know of mistakes, letting you know the right way to do things, boys. Now, when you have a piece of music, you can actually use both lead sheet symbols and figured bass if you want. Although it's kind of redundant, I find that it helps. So, just for the sake of visualization. So you have something like this, doop-ba-doop-ba-doop, ba-doop-ba-doop, whatever. You got a bunch of notes. As a matter of fact, it doesn't matter. There's a bunch of squiggles and dots in there. And you have A minor 7, E major E7, D diminished, whatever, 7, G 7, stuff like that. And then over here, you'd have something like 1, 5, even with like a modifier 6, whatever. It's a first inversion of a 5 chord. Then you got your 4 with a 4-2. Let's call it a 4-2. And then, G7. Let's call that a 7. Oh, wait. 7. That's a regular old 7. First, root position G7 chord. So, this kind of thing is super helpful. And I just wanted to write this out to show you that the lead sheet symbols go on the top. The lead sheet symbols go on the top. The figured bass and Roman numerals and all that go on the bottom. And you can definitely have both. You can definitely, absolutely have both. In the final kind of section here, they have just this example. They're kind of, it's funny. They're saying, if you suck at reading chords, at reading notes on a staff, not chords as in chord symbols, but if you suck at analyzing chords and figuring out what notes are trying to spell to you, they say you can use this little trick, this little piece of advice here. So, what we got here, I just wrote out the exact example. They're using a grand staff. Pretty good grand staff, if I do say so myself. All right, they're using a grand staff, and they have like a chord here, and they expect you to kind of not know what it is. Now, on site, I'm just going to say that it's some kind of an A chord, just for the sole fact that I know that between these intervals, the interval of a second, that top note is the root note. But let's say you forgot about all that stuff, you have amnesia or something, and you don't know nothing about the rules or the signposts or anything that I just talked about. So they're saying if you suck at reading chords over multiple staves, like I showed you in the very first example, I pulled up that, what is it? That's probably still up there. The Barber of Seville. If you can't read chords like this, like with stacks You know what I mean? With stacks of staves. Keeping it simple here, we're only going to do 2 staves on the grand staff. Basic, like they say if you don't have keyboard training, extensive keyboard training. That's me. I suck at piano, especially reading piano music. So, if you're like me and you hate the grand staff, and you're forced to read and make sense of chords on the grand staff, basically they say take an inventory of all the notes. Just list out all the notes, and then on either a separate piece of paper or somewhere, put them in order. Put them in order. That's basically what they tell you. And then they say if you could do all this stuff in your head, it's even better. And they say if you can't do it in your head, they say don't worry, just train and train and train, and then you'll be able to do it in your head. Now, I'm just letting you know, I've been training for quite a damn long time, and it's still kind of hard for me to do this stuff in my head. So, I don't know. Maybe I'm dumb. I don't know. Maybe it's hard to do. But I used the signpost of that second. But let's say I didn't know what that was. So they want me to sit here and list out all of the note names. So we got an E. Now, I just know, this is the thing, man. So I've been reading for a while, and I just know that this is an E. I know that there are some people who are going to be like, I don't know what any of these notes are without me sitting here and counting. Like, oh, G, F, E, D, C, B, A. Like, that's okay. That's okay. I use the tricks that I've been taught over and over again. So the bass clef lets me know where the F is. So I know that this is an E just for this. Not only do I just memorize that space is an E, but if I didn't know that space was an E, the F is letting me know where the F note is. And one note below that is an E. E, F, F to E. Okay, so we got an E note. And let's say I didn't know what this little ledger line thing right here was. Well, I know that this is an E note. And I know that I've told you this way in the interval section, I think. If there's a space of 4 lines and one more, just a bit more than 4 lines, that's an octave. That's an octave. Because if there's 4 lines, that means there's also 4 spaces. Line space, line space, line space, line space. And what do you know? Scales and octaves or whatever, octaves are an eighth apart. So if you have 4 lines and 4 spaces, that means there's 8 notes apart. Look at that. E, so we'll start from here. E, D, C, B, A, G, F, and look at that, we're at E. Isn't that amazing? Okay, so I know this is an E. We got an E in the bass. And again, going back to my little pet peeve, so this is a C. Let's say this was a C. And I know that this is a C sharp right here. So if I saw this, now this visually, this note underneath this C sharp here, visually is higher than this C sharp, even though these 2 C sharps are exactly the same. This one is underneath this C sharp, yet it's above this C sharp by quite a distance. There is quite the distance between these 2 notes. So visually, if I didn't know that trick that I told you in the beginning of this video, where you visualize it on a 3-dimensional depth, like the note is coming at you. Like the note is coming at you, okay? You would have trouble distinguishing this. It would look like it's on a 2D plane. But because we are advanced creatures, we are visualizing this as a 3D plane. And those notes are in like a folder. Each one of these staves is a different folder. And these notes are popping up like papers that are coming up at you. They're coming up at you on different levels. Okay? It's not just flat. It's not just flat. It's coming up at you. Okay, so when I see this staff, I know not to be confused that this note is overlapping. If this was in 3D space or whatever, these notes would kind of be overlapping each other. Okay. Anyhow, in the example, that C sharp in the bottom doesn't exist, and we don't get confused at all. Back to where we were, listing out all these damn notes. So let's say we got an E, we got an E, so two of these E's in the bass. Then we got a, what is this? So this is a C sharp for sure, so a C sharp. Underneath this C sharp, we have an A. Right here, oh, look at that. It's a G right on the line. And over here, we got an A again. Okay, so what they're telling us here is we take these notes and we can either arrange them by letter, or we can sit here and try to plot them on the lines and spaces. So if we were to plot them on the lines and spaces, we would go E, and then we have a G, and then we have an A, and then we have a C sharp. It doesn't matter what octave or whatever. So what is this looking like right now? And we have two A's actually. And two E's actually. So this note is emphasized, and this note is emphasized. That should be telling us something as well. The doubled notes that are emphasized are usually the most important notes in the chord. You'll find that out later, but for right now, just know that we got this stack right here. Oh, what do you know? Doesn't this look like an inversion? Doesn't this look like our good friend? Which inversion is this? Look at that right there. Looks just like this bad boy. Doesn't it? Our good old friend. Oh, what is it called? 6-4-3. Your 4-3. Your second inversion. Isn't that funny? Isn't that funny? Okay. Back to our example. So this is some kind of 4-3. This is a second inversion type deal. Where's the root note in the second inversion? Well, you could do it the old way where you take this note and put it down here. All right. C sharp. And then you take this note and you put it down there. All right. We got an A. So this is A, C, sharp, E, G. Oh, would you look at that? It's an A dominant seventh. Isn't that fantastic? Isn't that fantastic that it's an A dominant seventh? Wow, all that work just to find out there's an A dominant seventh. Now you could also take the notes down here and stack them so that they're, the letter names of these notes right here, and stack them in a way that they're cohesive. So I would look for the triad here. So I would say, oh, we got a G, an E and a G. Well, an E and a G work, but then there's no EGB. There's no EGB for the E minor. So then I'd put them in order. I just go E, G, A, C. And then I'd stack them in such a way that they all build triads, or I guess you could call it triads, thirds. So I would say, oh, okay, blah, blah, blah. Eventually, I would get to the point where I put the C down here, and then I put the A down here. And then eventually, I'd cut these two off and say, oh, A, C, E, G. Oh, would you look at that? C sharp. Would you look at that? It's your good old friend A7. You know what I mean? But if you're going to do this to the letters, if you're going to do this to the letters, I mean, I guess if it's whatever you're more comfortable with. But if you're going to do this to the letters, you might as well just do this to the damn notes. I guess it comes down to, do you have room on the staff to experiment with notes or whatever? If you're writing all this on the side of your little sheet music, if you're reading your sheet music and you're too lazy to get out another piece of paper and make the lines and create a staff or whatever, can you fit all these notes on your sheet music? Do you want to do that, or do you want to just write the letters down in some corner somewhere off to the side? It's up to you. I think it's easier to do with the notes, the dots, because I can visually see when they're stacked up like this. Oh, these are thirds. These are thirds. You know what I mean? Like visually, it's just easier visually. But, actually, what's way easier than that for me is, like I said before, oh, hey, this is an interval of a second, and we got, okay, so the root is A, and this one that's sharped is a C, so A, C, E, that's A minor, and then A, C sharp, E is A major, okay. And then it's a seventh chord because it has that second in there. It's probably A dominant 7. Like, that's the fastest way for me to do it in my head. Like, unless it's some wild chord, I probably wouldn't bother too much with plotting it out on the paper. But I still do it for like notes for chords with like 5 notes in there. 9th chords, 11th chords, all these weird suspended chords and all that stuff. It's still helpful. For the most part though, it should just click. You know what I mean? It should just click. Based on all the signposts and the rules that are flashing up. All right. What's next? Just a bunch of self-tests. For something that is important. So I was talking about, the chord symbols for the 7th chords, the inversions. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, and 4, 2. Now, to simplify this even further, I have not seen this in a lot of places, but I have seen this enough, and it mentions it in the book. You can actually omit this 4 from the 3rd inversion of the 7th chord. So the 3rd inversion of the 7th chord can just be written with a 2, the number 2. So you'd see, it's like a 1, 7, or a 1, 6, 5, or a 1, 4, 3, or a 1 with a 2. They just put a 2 in there. Now, I've seen that. The only problem is sometimes you can confuse that with the suspended second. Okay? That's the only... But realistically, you shouldn't, because a suspended second would have the word sus 2. Okay? But it is important. If you're the type who likes to, cut and take shortcuts, as much shortcuts as you can, I have seen this with just the symbol 2 in the figured bass for the 3rd inversion of the 2nd chord. Yeah. It does make it easier. It does make it easier. When you're first learning, though, you might want to keep all these symbols, 4-3, 4-2, so that you know, like, they're pointing me somewhere, Typically when I see anything other than a 6/4, when I see two numbers like this, anything other than a 6/4, if I see 6/5, 4/3, or 4/2, I'm going to be like, oh, it's a seventh chord, because it's got like a lot of intervals. It's pretty easy when you kind of see them in order. So like the first inversion, the root position has nothing. The first inversion has 6. The second inversion of a triad is a 6/4. So you're just adding a 4 to the 6. And then we move on to the seventh chords. Well, root position is 7. How easy is that? The next inversion is a 6/5. It's kind of like an evolution of the 6/4, kind of. And then 4/3 and 4/2. Or if you're clever, 4/3 and 2. Pretty simple. It's made to be simple. Okie dokie. So, the last thing that they got here is a little nice, it's kind of like, I don't know if you can see that here. It's just a snippet of the Autumn Leaves. Or Autumn Leaves. It's a pretty popular jazz tune. I'll try to play through it. Sorry if there's mistakes. It's very late, and I've been talking for like 3 or 4 hours. Yeah, it's 6 in the morning. So, sorry for any mistakes. But it's a nice little lead sheet. It's got just the melody and some chords on top. And it's just kind of an example of something easy that a lot of people can play to give you kind of a solid, deep well of information. A nice example, like another great example of applying what you learn to the actual sheet music that you're reading. So here's a little bit of the Autumn Leaves. That's kind of a nice little thing. So something that I noticed there, and they're kind of notating this stuff out a little bit. It's really sparsely written. Like, if you can see it on there, I don't know if you can see this. Like, there's almost no real notes. It's just got like a chord symbol on every bar. There isn't even a chord symbol on the first bar. And it's just got like 4 notes per bar, not even. Some notes, it's got like 3 notes on the first bar, 1 note on the first bar, 3 notes on the third bar, 1 note on the fourth bar. It's like very sparsely written is what they're trying to show you. And there's this little bass line that happens on the final, it's like a cadence. It starts kind of with a Z minor. right here. So that little thing, typically you'd see that in a major key. But the autumn leaves is in E minor. So it goes back to that. If you recall in the first chapter, I think it was, talking about pitch, about minor scales, how you can kind of get away with. Now, in this scale, it's raising the sixth and raising the seventh to go back to the leading tone. Remember what I'm talking about? When you raise a note, it wants to go up. It wants to resolve upward. So you can very well keep those notes natural and flatted and work within the natural minor scale. Like, right? That's an okay like ending, I guess. So if you were to go from the 2 to the 5. Okay, that's nice. And it's a sad ending. But to get that real, like, modal, jazzy interchange, interplay, altered scale kind of feel, they're utilizing the melodic minor in the bass. It's that Addams Family thing. You feel? That's a pretty cool example. It's cool that they included that. The autumn leaves. Ba-do-ba-boo. Ba-da-bam-boom. Ba-da-bam-boom. Ba-da-ba-boom. Ba-da-ba-da-boom. Ba-da-ba-dam-boom. Boom, 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 boom. Anyhow, little bit of cool modal interplay. Some Banjo-Kazooie for you. All right, it's 6 in the morning. This video passed 4 hours. Woo! So that was chapter 3, leading up to one of my favorite chapters, chapter 4. In the next chapter, we're going to talk about all these chords that we learned. Major, minor, diminished, augmented, maybe not augmented, maybe a little bit of augmented actually. We're going to talk about all those chords and how they're built upon a scale. We're going to revisit the minor scale. We're going to revisit the major scale. We're going to talk a lot about keys, maybe modes. We're going to put in some figured bass in there. I believe we're going to introduce you to Roman numerals. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, we are. Roman numerals are my favorite. They're my favorite. They changed the game for me, personally. They helped me understand so much about why I'm playing the chords that I'm playing. They're introducing you to functional harmony, and this is actually the end of semester 1 after this next chapter. So congratulations if you got this far, because you're almost at the end of semester 1, baby. With only like 4 short videos, you know? Short videos. They're only 4 hours long. But yeah, like think about it though. It's either, I mean, they're not that long, because you'd be spending hour after hour in class. Like, one semester is 16 weeks in college. So realistically, these videos aren't that long. You know? 4 3-hour videos? What is that? 12 hours? Spend more time than that in class. Anyhow. We dig it. All right, after chapter 4, that's the end of the semester. And we move on to the next semester. Part 2, diatonic triads. All right, boys. Catch us in the next episode where we learn about some Roman numerals and some functional harmony. This is one of my favorite chapters. I'm actually super excited. Once I get my voice back, because I can already feel it drying out right now. Once I get my voice back, boys, this is gonna be fun for me. This is gonna be actually fun for me, not just rehashing information. I love it, boys. I love this stuff. Not only is chapter 4 one of my most favorite chapters because it changes the game, it's like the culmination of all of the 3 other chapters that came before it, which was just like an explosion of knowledge coming together. Gross. It's also one of the shortest chapters. Check that out. Can you see that in the camera? It's one of the smallest chapters. Really cool. Really cool. I'll probably find a way to make 3 or 4 hours out of it. Hopefully, I'm aiming for like 1 or 2 hours. But yeah. Because all this stuff about figured bass, all this is like nitty-gritty, like math type stuff. With this stuff, it's just a culmination of what you learned. It's a bunch of charts. And hopefully there'll be more audio examples. I'll get to use my guitar more. I'll get to show you guys what it's all about, which is music. It's about figuring out what all this stuff is about. All right, boys. Catch you on the next episode. We want to remind you a little bit about taking a look outside. I'm looking outside right now, and I can see the sun is coming up. I just want to show you guys my beautiful duckies, my turtles. Look at that. Isn't that adorable? Isn't that just adorable? Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. This is when they were babies, man. There was 21 of them. 3 made it. This was chapter 3, boys. This was chapter 3. Look at me holding a ducky. His name was Bean. Oh, I'm feeling emotional already. All right, boys. I can't be doing this. I can't be tearing up at... Oh, come on. I can't be tearing up at 6 in the morning, guys. We'll catch you on the next episode. Chapter 4, diatonic chords in major and minor keys. Functional harmony, boys. We Sonamor. We love music. We signing out. I hope you love this too. I hope you got something out of this. Like, share, and subscribe to my channel. No, just keep watching, do all that stuff. Buy the book. Leave a comment if you want to know more. I'll probably find a way to make an hour video upon your comment. Love you all, especially my beautiful duckies. Oh, man. My beautiful duckies. See you boys tomorrow.